Hello, everyone. I hope
Hi.
you're well.
Hi,
Today, me and Howard will talk a little bit about market, talk about positions, and maybe in this boring Friday without news and anything, maybe discuss a longer term charts and play the setups for the next weeks. So first, Howard, to ask you, how are you today? Are anything news from your side?
not a lot really, not a lot. Obviously, currency land, it's gone a little bit quiet the last couple of days. I'm holding a long position in euro dollar. We're in a range at the moment, but I'm expecting the range to break higher. But it might not be until Monday. The way things are going, we're kind of stuck in stuck in a bit of a consolidation. But for me, the picture is. If I could just show my screen for a second.
Yes, please.
I think what I'll do is I'll just kick it off with dollar index, and I'll hand it back to you, and then we'll go through some of these markets.
No problem. No problem.
So dollar index weekly. Can you see the charts? It come through okay?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. So as you can see, I'm still mega bearish long term. Major high back in 2022, the top of wave C. We had a wave 1 down into July 23, an A, B, and C 3-wave rally. Three waves are always corrective. Wave 2, and then we've broken down pretty impulsively in part of I think the early stages of wave 3 of this bigger long-term multi-year bear market that should take us much lower for me. So that's the big picture. Nothing has really changed for me. This week so far, we saw a bit of a stronger bounce than I expected, to be fair. We're still reacting after this kind of break below the key levels down here on dollar index. So we've got this the level from July 23, and we've got this level from September 24. So we broke through it and closed below it, closed below it, closed below it. And then we got that kind of bullish weekly reversal candlestick. And then for the last 2.5 weeks, I suppose, we've seen a bit of a recovery in the dollar index. But this week so far, after that initial kind of, I guess, news-related move higher on Monday, after last weekend's good news on the trade deals, the market has given back all of those dollar gains. So here we are, we're kind of around the lower end of this week's candle, although the week hasn't closed yet. Admittedly, anything can happen between now and the end of the day, but it looks to me like we're going to see a fairly weak weekly closing on dollar index, like a long upper shadow on the candlestick, and this for me looks a little bit similar to, I've put a red arrow there, looks a bit similar to some of these blue arrows that we saw in the previous bull market, where you get a correction against the trend, and then you get a push down, but a good rebound during for the rest of the week, and we close off the week's lows, and we see a lower shadow on the weekly candle. And then obviously the next week or the next couple of weeks, the market starts to resume its major trend. So I think we saw a similar kind of thing there, although there was no kind of long lower shadow there, but there was a long lower shadow on this week here. In fact, there were 2 in a row. So I think we're in a similar kind of situation where the trend is down. We've seen a good correction against the trend, and maybe, just maybe, this week's high is the end of the correction. I guess we'll only really know that once we start accelerating lower. But from a trading perspective, obviously we have to kind of anticipate, and we have to come up with strategies that basically anticipate that we've seen the high. And I think we have seen the high for the correction on the dollar index. Anything you've got on that chart, Igor?
Beautiful everything. I just remember 7 days ago we got a session and talk about US dollar. I said my wishes, you said your wishes, and we were on the different sides. And what's happened, the markets just did incredible thing. And my level, if you remember, I talked about level 1.313 for British pound dollar. We reached 1.314, and that trade was very good, very well.
That was a lovely trade.
Yes. Then the market started to go in your direction, and now we have this week, and right now we're relatively on the same page how we watch the market, and it's really incredible right now from this point of view, because we were on the different sides and both levels, and all that levels that we watched, we got it. So
yeah.
it's really incredible. Really incredible. Yeah.
Yeah, I must say, because you know, being a long-term dollar bear, a lot of my trades are on the dollar sell side. Sometimes I will do dollar buys if the setup is okay, but it's been a little bit challenging the last couple of weeks, I'll be honest with you, because obviously we've seen a stronger correction than I expected. But I think what's happened this week, and assuming that we do get the weekly close down here on the dollar index, that for me will really set up the next move, the acceleration that I'm expecting, maybe starting next week or the week after.
Excellent, excellent.
Great. Yeah. Do you want to talk us through your day?
I can right now. I can enter into one trade and share just for traders, because I will just explain that what I want to do. So first, I will share my trading platform. This is my trading platform, and just before the US Open, because I know it will be some kind of the manipulation there, what I will do, I will create one small trade, a buy trade for British pound dollar, and I will set the stop loss to be below the previous low. It will be around 327 level, and my take profit will be for bigger picture. Of course, I will close it before, if I see that today there's no push there, it will be the last day high. So this is the small buy trade right now, and I know that for a lot of traders this looks like a counter trend trade, because on the 4-hour chart and 1-hour chart we see the bearish trend for British pound dollar and euro dollar. For whole euro session we were bearish, but right now I will share you just how I see that, and I hope that just a moment to find the stop the screen and to change screen to trading view, just to show you what I'm looking for. So on the trading view, just a moment to approve myself. Okay. So just to check, yes, you can see that. I will go to, maybe to this 5-minute chart. There is a one price level on the multiple charts, but I just zoom in 5-minute chart. It's around 1.329 level. This level is very important, especially for this week, because if you remember, Howard, the moment when we went 160 pips down today for the euro dollar and British pound dollar in the Monday, the British pound dollar was exactly on this level right now. So this is the weekly open, almost weekly open, open, maybe weekly close level. I don't know what will be today day, but what I know, usually during the Friday, the price rarely going to one direction and only one direction, except if you have some strong fundamental news or some strong push or etc. When we have a sideways market like we had yesterday, I will just show that. So look, this was the yesterday, and we were really in very boring market. So it was the really I need to say little choppy price, but we were nowhere. We were between 1.326 to 1.33. In that 40 pips, we play whole day without any clue, without anything. And now it's Friday. So usually without any fundamental news, I never seen in my life that we go in some direction, some crazy spike or push or something like that without any news or tweet or something. So right now we don't have anything. And usually on Fridays, what I figure out, we always have two levels based on my intraday point. Price will go to from the level A to level B, or from B to A, or will oscillate between the A to B, and on the end of the day will be somewhere in the middle. So Friday is very boring for trading, and a lot of traders lose money on Friday because they're looking for a strong trend. However, the biggest opportunity for Friday is there's no big trend. And the good thing is, what happened today is that we got this situation. So we reach 1.33 level just in the beginning of the UK session. Then we went down, and now we are pushing higher. But there is a trigger that I'm looking for. This is the trigger. This is the US dollar index. US dollar index just reached to this trend line. And I think that during this day, US dollar index will go down. And only I'm watching this trend line. If I see hourly close above this level, I will close my trade, because I will not feel comfortable to go against US dollar. But I see that this was just a lag that we had in the European session, and I think that now we are going down. And as you, Howard, showed previously, I'm watching the weekly chart too, and I see really big wick. And on the daily level, I'm watching the US dollar index, which, just to remove here, as we can see, we're break even right now, and very easily we can go down. Yesterday was a bearish day, and the last 3 days we're just in some bearish cycle. And I think that US dollar index for this week is done. I think that it'll be some kind of the doji or the long week or something, but I don't see push higher for the US dollar index. And this is why I just took this trade related to the British pound dollar. And what I'm watching, just a little bit, 6B, I'm watching futures because the volumes, I put it on my chart, one volume indicator that mark support and resistance and calculates the volume in that boxes. It's nothing special. It's not a holy grail or something special indicator. It's a free indicator that people can find on the trading view. But I'm using this indicator just to visually watch that small important price levels that we are going to break or conquer. So, for example, I know that today we got this strong resistance at 1.33 level, and that we went down. We started to go up, and I think that US dollar index will go down and the British pound dollar will go upper. As I don't know what will happen with British pound dollar to the end of the day. Maybe it will go sideways. Maybe it will finish between these two levels. Maybe it will break this level. I don't know. But the good thing is, I think that this is the low price to buy. I don't have a huge risk, and I will just monitor this trade to see what will happen. I think that this level here was, yes, 1.3275. I put 1.3270 as a stop loss, so I can think that this trade can go higher. Of course, now is a US dollar, is a US Open. During the US Open, we can see price manipulation, and that manipulation you can watch usually on 15-minute chart. So in one moment it can start to go down or up, but I want to be out of that. And what I want to see is that this support level holds, and I want to see push higher. And of course, I wanted that this trend line on the dollar index survive. So I want to see the price down for dollar index. So this is the setup that I'm watching right now. Very similar setup is the euro dollar. Euro dollar is in some kind of the bearish mode for today. But as you can see, if you go to the daily candle, this daily candle is almost doji. We are fighting on this resistance, and there is a probability that during this day we maybe break this resistance, or maybe we will stay here. I don't know what will happen, but the good thing is I still see the bullish bias for euro dollar and British pound dollar. So I'm just watching the price, and I think that there is no momentum. There's nothing that can push dollar index so high right now, and this is the reason. This is the reason why I entered this trade. And the US dollar index right now is at level 100.8. We are above this psychological level 100, but as you can see, the bias on daily chart is a little bit bearish. Of course, if you watch today 1 hour chart, you can see this bearish trend line, and it's a little bit messy. It's not so clear trend for US dollar on the lower time frames, but I expect to see drop today and maybe sideways moves like every single Friday. So this is that I want to share with you, Howard, related to the my trade dollar index and British pound dollar, and we will see. This is the low risk trade, and I hope that we can see some kind of the push here. So please, you can continue with your charts. Sorry for interruption. I will just
no problem. Sorry, I chopped myself out there very quickly, so I'm back in the game now. Okay, let's just go around some of these FX pairs. So obviously, euro dollar. So again, just quickly from the macro kind of thing. Wave 1 up, ABC. Wave 2 down, and then I think probably the first wave of a 5-wave rally, which should take us much higher on the longer term count. So shorter term, obviously, we've come back into that support zone, 112.15, 112.75. It went a little bit further than I expected. I thought it was going to actually base out around there, but we had that good news from Trump last weekend, and we had that flush lower in the euro, higher in the dollar on Monday. So we had that kind of flush down. But since then, we've come all the way back up, and as Igor says, it's looking like we're going to close somewhere pretty close to the top end of the range on euro dollar. So it looks to be quite constructive in the longer term. So moving into the daily. So onto the daily. So obviously we've been correcting back from the swing high 115.73. So we've been kind of swing correction, and we've bounced back up again, and we're kind of rejected just above the open for the close of the week and the previous week and the open for this week. So we're literally kind of just holding around the top end of the range. It's been, as I say, a little bit boring and frustrating the last couple of days because it hasn't really followed through on the upside, and it hasn't started to break down again. So we're kind of just literally look at these real bodies are so small. There's no real impetus to go up or down. So for me, I guess as with you, Igor, anticipating that this is a kind of a bullish consolidation after that kind of strong bounce higher, the bullish engulfing, a little bit of sideways action, and then looking really for the break of, well, certainly yesterday's high, 112.28. That really would give a good impetus for the buyers to take it higher. Should we come down, we break through these lows, then I guess we're talking about a bit of a retest, and we'll see what we do if we can, if we break through these levels that I don't think we hold for very long, because I think there's some good demand on the pullback here below basically below 112, I would say. So that's euro. So yeah, just to sort of highlight what's going on, I think on the very short, on the kind of intraday charts, we are stuck in this range. We rallied from the low 110.65 in what looks to me like a 5-wave move, which is a bullish structure longer term. So a kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So an impulsive wave, one, I think, from the low 110.65. So that to me looks like the first leg up is done, wave one. And since then, we've been doing this kind of sideways chop, which may have been completed at yesterday's low, quite possibly. We made that higher low. Today, we kind of just, we failed on the approach to yesterday's high, and we've come all the way back down again, but we're still kind of mid-range, and we're not really threatening the lower end of this range at the moment. So for me, I'd be, I think it'd be quite interesting if in this session, let's say we break above 112.10, that for me would be a kind of a mini trigger for a push to retest these highs. So that'll be interesting to see. It looks like we're kind of finding some support around just below the 112, 112 the figure level on the intraday chart. But very, very boring, I suppose, from a long-term perspective, because we're not seeing those big moves that we saw earlier this week and last week as well. But I think that's just around the next corner. I think that will come. That will come. I mean, the good thing about these technical patterns is low volatility is a precursor to high volatility, and high volatility is a precursor to low volatility. So we are in a low volatility environment the last few days, and after a period of low volatility, once we get the breakout, and I expect the breakout will be to the upside, maybe wrong, but I expect it will because of the structure that we've seen from the low and the longer term trend, then we could start to see some aggressive moves in the other in the upside direction. So that's what I'm kind of looking at on euro dollar. Across to the pound, which you covered quite nicely. So the weekly, again, long-term kind of macro structure for me is that's the major low back in September 2022. That's the first leg of the bull market. I think call it wave one. And then we've had this kind of sideways correction, which for me is wave two, which is the correction of that first move higher. So wave one, A, B, C, wave two. And now, like euro dollar, we are kind of starting to trend higher on this. The corrections are quite shallow, really, very shallow corrections. And that's quite typical when you're in a strong trending environment, which I think we are. So I think it's only natural. We had a bit of a corrective setback from this swing high. So we had two very strong up weeks here, and then up, back down, lower upper shadow, up again, back down, upper shadow, up again, upper shadow, and then a bit more downside movement. But now we're forming the lower shadow. And that for me is what we're looking for to see the end of a correction. So it's always good when you have a clear trend up or down, and then you see a lower shadow or an upper shadow in the opposite direction, because that gives you a bit of a clue that maybe the correction has finished. And I think maybe it has. I think there's a strong possibility that the low for this week, 130, 140, was the bottom of the correction. So for me, I like your trade, Igor. I like your trade. I'll be looking for this. As you say, Fridays could be very boring days, so maybe we won't get it today. But maybe this could be a Monday thing, a Monday or a Tuesday thing when we come in and we've had the weekend, and then people start buying it, and we see the push higher next week. It could be something like that. But for me, the probability is such that trend is up. It looks like we've seen the bottom of a correction, and then I'm looking for strength, very accelerated strength that should take us through these big highs and then we're going to start to see, I think, these kind of big up green candles on a weekly basis, these kind of things.
Nice. I have one question for you, Howard.
Sure.
Related to the US dollar weekly chart that you just showed a few minutes ago. I just thinking about that chart. For example, if we start to go down for the, I will just run the chart again. So if we start to go down for the US dollar index, I'm trying to see where will be the next support for the US dollar in that case. What I'm looking for, I just want to see, do you see that in your perception? If we go to the 2011, for example, there is a low there in 2011 on the chart.
Oh, the major, the all-time low, or the major low?
Yes, the low from the, I think the 20. Just to check on my chart, I'm watching for 2011, for example, but there is in 2008 if I see, but let me start from the 2010 because it's far away there, and we connect the line with a low of the 2021. I see one major trend line there, and we are pretty close right now to that line. Is that line maybe possible support for the US dollar index?
Yeah, it could well be because it's held for such a long time. But for me, I'm more interested in the kind of the highs and the lows myself, the proper support levels. You know, on this chart, for example, the pivotal level is really here around 90, 89, 90.
Yes.
So, but yeah, it may well give some kind of bounce on the way as we break down.
Yes. So it's a really huge drop. In that case, I think the euro dollar, British pound dollar, and all other major currency pairs can go really high, actually. So I don't like that because every single salary that I receive in US dollars. So
that's the trouble with the dollar being the king of the currencies, huh?
Yes, it's a huge problem because if that continues, that can be maybe 10%, 20% less for me. So
we need to hedge. We need to hedge.
yes, something to do. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in Swiss francs, which is always a very strong currency. So I try and get paid in Swiss francs when I do things. But not everything is paid in Swiss francs.
Yes, but the Swiss franc, I know that people in your country they have a really big salaries. So when we compare to the rest of the Europe, yes.
Yeah. Oh, and you need it as well because things are very expensive. But that's another story.
Yes.
But the good thing is we can take advantage of some of these currency moves. That's the thing. You can hedge. If you think the dollar is going to go down 10%, which I think it probably will do, you can take action.
Yes. So I even want to share a few things that I'm watching too, beside this US dollar, British pound dollar, etc. So the first thing is, let me just very fast just to check my British pound dollar on the maybe 5-minute chart. Yes, this is the manipulation during the US session. This is normal. I don't have problem with this. I will just go to the Forex market because we have a late signals on the futures, on the trading view. So yes, right now, last 15 minutes, we're keeping going up. So we are trying to break this small resistance and continuation to my target. So for now, everything is okay related to British pound dollar. Now, I will just want to share what I'm looking for, and just to check your opinion about that. I'm watching US dollar Japanese yen, but I'm watching more not because of the uh, actually US dollar. I'm watching more because of the Japanese yen. And what I figure out here, there is one strong resistance here. That resistance is from December. We are a lot of time tried to break. 2 times we break, a couple times we didn't. So it's a price oscillate there, and because of this price level, we didn't have some good push, either upside, either downside. But now what I'm looking for is, I know that there is a chance that US dollar can be weak in next weeks. And on the other side, I think that Japanese yen can be very, very, maybe stronger than now. What I did, I just tell that in the previous sessions. Few days ago, I checked AI to help me to analyze the market. It's very good when you ask AI to analyze you some stock or a currency pair or something. And what I did, I asked for the analysis of the Japanese yen, and I did that in the app that's called Manus. It's a Chinese company, and it works like that. You ask to make a report about yen, and the AI start to search around the globe to the top reputable websites with the fresh news, and collect all that news for every single website, compare the information. If all of them claim the same, they keep that information, and finally the AI creates a report for you. And sometimes you wait 5 to 10 minutes for that, because it's a huge job. And it's really fantastic when you see that report. I know even some companies, they I think a lot of people will lose their jobs because of this. But you get really, like in a consulting company, you can get a really, really good report. And by accident, I just did that for fun, just to see what will we get. But in that moment, I see report. In that report, I see that Japanese yen every single month has bigger inflation, and in a very deeply way. So this report analyze inflation in a lot of points of view, not just using the fundamental economic data, using the some statistical data that I haven't seen that. And I realize that because of that, the Bank of Japan plan to increase interest rate not in a couple months only. They plan that in the longer term. And on the other side, all other countries starting to reduce the interest rate. I know that yen has a very low interest rate right now, but if one country increase interest rate every few months and other decrease, we need to see that on the charts. So there is a chance that yen can be stronger and stronger. And if we compare weaker US dollar based on our scenarios and stronger yen, this can lead maybe to some major move down. And I just watch this. Of course, we had a 3 bullish weeks. Now this week will be bearish, but maybe this can be start. Actually, if we watch from the January, we can see that US dollar Japanese yen is going down. But now we can catch the trend again, and this trend can really reach maybe some lows, for example, just from the 2021. So this is just my possible scenario. So I just want to ask you, in your way, how do you see the Japanese yen, and what do you see about US dollar Japanese yen?
Sure. Okay. I totally agree with you from a technical structure perspective, for sure. Shall I show my?
Of course.
Sure. Just 1 second.
My screen.
Sure. 1 second. 1 second. Okay.
that, please?
Here it should come through any second now. Okay. Okay. Does that come through okay? Okay, yeah. Can you see that?
Yes, I can see. Excellent.
Perfect. Excellent. Okay, perfect. So for me, going back to 2011, which was the bottom of the bear market, all the way back, you can go back even further. So basically, 2011 saw the end of a 5-wave move that came from at least 1971, when the dollar was unpegged to gold. So that was the bottom of a major multi-decade low back in 2011. Now, since then, we've rallied in what looks like 3 waves: A, B, and C. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that to me looks like the end of a bull. This actually, it's obviously a multi-year bull market, but in the long-term perspective, it's a bear market rally, ABC. So I'm extremely bearish on dollar yen. I think we'll come back to all-time lows eventually. But from a trading perspective, obviously we need to take it step by step. So zooming into where we are at the last, I guess, a few months, it looks like we've made the major high, the end of that whole move, at 161.95. So we broke down in the first wave down. We had this 3-wave move, A, B, and C, against the trend. So if you follow Elliott wave, what you're doing is you're looking for 3 waves and 5-wave moves, and this is a clear 3-wave move for me, ABC, and that is a counter trend rally. So I think that's the first leg down. That's the second leg up, which doesn't make a new high, and then, as you say, we've come all the way back down, and we found naturally, with a bit like sterling dollar cable, we're finding a bit of resistance for the dollar around major swing low. A swing low for the dollar, but again, we've seen that bullish engulfing week, higher, and then this week it looks like again we're seeing the upper shadow. Maybe that's the end of the corrective bounce. So I totally agree with you technically that the major trend is down, and that this week I think we've seen the end of this correction, and this gives us another chance to have a go at the short side from a long-term swing perspective to break these lows. And I think once these lows get broken, that's going to be quite nasty. That's going to be acceleration.
Beautiful.
It looks to me like, even if you're not looking at say Elliott wave structure or kind of, as you're talking about, interest rate differentials, even if you're not looking at those things, the pattern looks very toppy, very negative, in terms of crack in the bull market, no new high, back down to support, and a very weak kind of rally from support. So I'm in total agreement with you.
Yes, excellent. So I would just think maybe for some position trade here to take, and maybe to keep it a few months or something like that, because here is a really good strategy, because I plan weak, strong currency, match them, and just relax and watch how market reacts. I think that can be really interesting.
And it's interesting because if we're looking at the euro yen and sterling yen, for example, the yen crosses, they are both at the top of their ranges as well. So maybe this is kind of close to the end of this up cycle on a weekly chart on euro yen. Same on sterling yen, where the yen has been weak. So this market going higher means the yen is going down against the other currency. So the yen has been weak for a couple of months, but it looks like we're kind of struggling at the top of this range. So maybe this could be the early stages of, as you say, like a yen-led, a dollar yen-led move.
Yes.
So I'm in total agreement with you. It's nice to agree.
Yes, but sometimes market in one moment we cannot see differently, because the chart is chart. You see the levels, and you need to respect that. Sometimes I wish something, but if I see that some support and resistance doesn't hold anymore, this is it. We need to accept that. So, for example, I have one trade, and just plan what to do with that trade. Is US dollar Swiss. It's if the trade, I think more than 10 days ago. I can remember anymore because I this trade I keep very long time, and now I'm a little bit I have to say worried, but only because of the US dollar. So what's happened on the daily chart? I went at level 1.8250, and right now I'm almost 200 pips up in profit.
Nice.
But the problem is now when I watch, I will just go to the 1 hour chart here. When I watch right now the market of the in US dollar Swiss, it doesn't look me that can keep this bullish bias, especially for example this trend line on the you see it's a bearish move. It was really nice few days ago, actually I think in Monday, when we got this strong push for the up for the US dollar, but now I don't feel comfortable to keep this trade, and I just want to see the end of the day. Maybe I will close that, but I want to ask you, what do you think? Okay, dollar can be weak, but what do you think about Swiss? What do you think about Swiss? Maybe Swiss will be much stronger in the next days, or what is your opinion?
Yeah, let's see. We have Euro Swiss. Haven't really got Euro Swiss there. So on the dollar Swiss, let's just go back there again. So let me show my screen.
Okay.
Come through.
Okay.
So so dollar Swiss is basically retesting that broken support, the bottom of the range. So for me, we've had the kind of bear market rally here, kind of an A, B, and a C, and then we break down, and then we've just literally gone sideways since the back end of 2023. So high, low, high, low, high, low, and then we got that big aggressive breakdown and settlement below, and now again, like I guess a bit like dollar index and the other markets, some of the other markets where we've, in fact, crude oil is a good example because we had that long range support which broke, and then we had the retest. And I think that's really what's been happening this week. Let's just move that line up again. These lines should be kind of sitting here like that. So yeah, so essentially we had this kind of aggressive move down, settlement below, and now we're just literally seeing this kind of attempt at recapturing the old range. But there's a lot of people that are long on the and wrong. Basically, they're long and wrong inside this range. They're on the wrong side of the market. So I think that's really what's stopping the market from going too far up. And this is interesting if you look at the closes as well.
Yes.
The lowest close seems to be a place where the market is really kind of struggling again. So it looks to me like some of the other ones, it looks to be kind of more bearish than bullish, I would say.
Yes. So it's interesting because I think that when I watch this US dollar Swiss, for example, I feel that there is a chance that we hit the previous highs. However, I don't know, can we do that without a strong dollar? So this is the only question. So I believe that Swiss can be weaker maybe, but the biggest problem is the US dollar, because if weak US dollar, we don't have enough strength to go up. So little bit tricky for this trade, but I think that's yes, please tell.
I guess on that particular, if I were long, if I had a long position, because it looks like we are kind of stuck between these two levels on the daily chart. So you've got this kind of broken resistance here, which we're sitting on. So let's just move that up a little bit. So basically the top of this range on the daily chart is kind of acting as support. But I think if you can break through that back into that range, then that would start to look a little bit negative.
Yes.
You know, but I guess there is an argument to say that we are still holding above it. So I wouldn't say, you know, jump out of the window kind of thing. If you're happy about, you know, being short the Swiss franc and maybe the dollar doesn't collapse, then it could be okay. This could be bottom of the range kind of thing. But I'd be a little bit careful once we can break down through this week's low down here. Then that could start to, you know, trigger an acceleration, I think.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I have the problem when people think that swing trading is as simple. You enter into trade, have a little bit patient, and then huge reward. But the problem is you start entering into trade. Sometimes you have very good, solid push, but then you start to think about that. And sometimes I see that, for example, in this year, we had so many push up, down for a lot of currency pairs. And on the end, I don't know what to see, what will happen. So I will just show you, for example, one example of the, for example, I will show you the Aussie dollar, which was really interesting for me. And on the end, I entered, then I exit. So I didn't know what to do because multiple times it was really, really, really crazy. So just to show, the biggest problem is, for example, this huge downside, then push upside, and after this, like a rainbow, like a very strong push upside, reach this resistance, and it looks like we are going down or what, I don't know what to say. Then we break, then we go down, and now it looks, if the US dollar is weak, that this can be go upside to the new resistance or something. But it's so tricky. The biggest problem is hard to enter. You know, after this strong bearish push downside, it was hundreds and hundreds pips down in just 3 days, and you're not able to enter in the buy trade so fast because you're a little bit worried, because you think, okay, this is the clear bearish trend, I don't want to go against the trend. And now you make so big push, then it's dangerous to enter there because your risk reward ratio will be problem. The risking amount of the pips is really huge, and it's so hard to trade. It's very hard to trade. And this is something that it's problem for a lot of currency pairs, and the other assets. So one of the things that I just want to show you too, because today we have time to analyze the market more, because it's a Friday, nothing happened. For example, we can watch Bitcoin. The Bitcoin, it's interesting about Bitcoin that I don't trade crypto usually, but sometimes I'm ready to enter in some position. I think that this level here at very close to the $105,000 is very, very strong resistance. And if we break that resistance, really the new highs can go there. But the thing is that we are a little bit sideways last couple days for Bitcoin, and I know that a lot of traders watch the Bitcoin and investors, because all cryptos, all of them are correlated with Bitcoin. So if the Bitcoin is down, all other cryptocurrencies that exist in the whole market will never go so high because it's really correlated. The Bitcoin is the mother of all other cryptos, and this is why the only thing that I think they should trade is this, to trade a Bitcoin, because this is the smartest thing. Who wants to trade this? Of course, but like when I watch this, it looks like sideways. But if we see that weak dollar in next days, this can push higher. Plus the very strong stock market, that can be incredible. So I would just add there here just for the traders to see, if I add S&P 500 on this chart, we can see, for example, I will take the daily chart. We can see the huge correlation with S&P 500. So I think that that Bitcoin is a part of the industry adoption, and because of that, we adopt this technology, and a lot of companies in IT sector, they start to use a Bitcoin and cryptos, and all that companies that exist in the market, they're correlated with the price of the Bitcoin. And now whenever I see that the stock market is down, Bitcoin is down. When I see that market is up, the Bitcoin is up. So we can really, that it's not just today. This is something that we can see for a very long time. And the biggest drop that we got for the Bitcoin was just when we got 25% or 20% down in last few months after this tariff war and everything. So this is the something. Look, this, for example, this is not a drop, but this bearish trend of the stock market in 2022, we got that in the Bitcoin too.
I think it fell something like 25%, the stock market, the S&P.
Yes.
So Bitcoin falls like 70 or 80 or something.
Yes.
So when there's as you say, when there's a bear market in the stock market, then the Bitcoin does tend to suffer, and vice versa, as you say.
Yes. So you always need to watch. So traders should watch and stock market when they watch price of the Bitcoin. So I think it's crucial. For example, if we go to the S&P and watch what's happened right now, for me, this is a crucial thing, because we're very near to the ultimate high. So, in the beginning of the April, we got, I think, so low price. In one moment, it looks like the stock market is going completely to the
zero.
Down. And just in 1 month, we're thinking about, okay, we're very near to the ultimate high. So we're very near to this price level, and that can be very interesting for traders. So I think that there is a room in next week or two that we reach that target. So that can impact the Bitcoin too.
I wonder what the I've not looked at them, but I wonder what the valuations are on the stock market, because obviously at the previous high, people were saying the valuations for the stocks are really high, extreme. But now we've come all the way back up there again. So is it going to be the same story again?
Yes, it will be. But everything will change. I think that this tariff war, I think it will be ended, and Trump will be, in any way, he will be some kind of the victory guy. So because in the end, US will get more than they had a few months ago. Whatever happens, because all these deals with the UK, with the European Union, with India, with China, with all countries around the globe, every single deal will give more to the US stock market and the US country, more than in the past. So this is the interesting part. And I think that this market can be interesting too for traders. I know that a lot of traders use a scalping strategies, trading the NASDAQ, S&P, etc. But when we have such a bull market and we enter in a good position or some low, daily low, I think that good strategy can be to keep maybe a couple days the trade when we have really, really bull market, especially when we get this kind of the gaps, these gaps just because of the good news. Because I think that every single news that we will get now can be good, because Trump give the very dangerous tariffs to any other country, and then now can be only better. I don't can imagine that the tariffs can be worse than than it was a few weeks ago. So it's really crazy for me. This happens, but
it feels a bit like the market's being manipulated.
Yes. This is I think this is the really manipulation, and this is the something that Donald Trump just did, because he knew that in this war he cannot lose, because a lot of country, I need to admit, a lot of country exploit that U.S. is the strongest country in the world, and a lot of them try to sell products to U.S. residents. And on the other side, U.S. started to not be production country anymore. It's more service country. All these IT companies that exist, they're powerful, and Facebook and Google and Amazon and all of them. But if we analyze, all products are created in China or India or Pakistan, or Bangladesh, and only services are in the US. So that can be some kind of the danger thing. So we will see. We will see what will be here. But this is the market that we need to watch, even that we don't trade it. So we didn't talk only about gold. If I think from the major assets that traders trade, the gold is interesting for me, because we got ultimate highs, and now last 1 month we are somehow in some range or a little bit correction. Everyone's expects some push higher or something, but it's tough a little bit. The good thing is about strategy. I talked about Jannie about that. And I will share with you, Howard. Maybe someone will watch this session and a little bit think about that. This is just thinking. So the catch is, when I ask the stock traders and I ask them, "Hi, why do you don't trade Forex?" And one of the things that I hate Forex. I cannot trade the V shapes, because in stock market they have a lot of opportunities for V shape. For example, with Jannie, I just talk about this move here. So we went down, touch the support, and go straight away upside. But to get a V shape like this, without 2, 3, 4 times to check, to touch the support resistance, just to touch and go up.
Yeah, like the Australian dollar one you were showing.
This is the gold, for example.
That kind of V-shape.
Yes, of course, yes, V shape. And the problem to get the V shape, so you can get on any chart this, but to get this V shape, you need to have the price level that's a ultimate low for a long period of time. If you go, for example, left from this V shape, nothing. So you can go days and months, couple months in the past, and there's any price left. And when the traders trade stocks, for example, they very often have new highs. And because that new highs, very often they have a fresh high. And that fresh high, there's nothing on the left side, and they can get a V shape. And I know a lot of traders in stock market, they avoid the major stocks, but they go to the some, not penny stocks, but the stocks that are a little bit cheaper, and they use that V-shaped strategies or mean reversion strategies, the way to go. For example, free standard deviation, and they catch that high price and then sell and use that V-shape and make money. And the problem is we cannot do that in Forex market because we are always in some range. Of course, sometimes we will have the new low, new high, for example, for last 1 year, 6 months or something, but it's not something that we can see often. So it's really rare in our case. So I would like to trade like that, and sometimes we can see that. I will just show, for example, British pound dollar. I get one trade. For example, I will just find that. Yes, this trade here at 1.34, because before that we didn't have the trade. Maybe I see maybe 10 days, for example, and after 10 days it was the fresh high, and then we get something that looks like a V shape, but it's always choppy. It's not
choppy. Yeah.
Yes, it's not typical V shape that we can see in stock market. This problem is.
Yeah, the current. Yeah, it's. I think that's why it's kind of good for pullbacks, the foreign exchange market. It's good that you always tend to get a pullback, some kind of, whereas the stock market sometimes you don't.
Yes, this is on the other side. If I miss the trade, I wait 15 minutes and I enter again, because it can just go up and down, up and down. But the problem is to trade indices and to trade Forex. I think this is the ultimate skill and the hardest way in trading, because efficient market is so efficient. On the lower time frame, I struggle a lot to have a positive. When I do these swing trades, maybe I have a better results, but sometimes it can be boring. And sometimes if you miss and you make a wrong trade, then you needed 2 months to gain the money that you lose or something, and to wait for something new. So it's really tough. It's really tough trading the Forex market. But the good thing is I like Forex market because I know this market. And the good thing, I live in Europe, and you live in Europe, and in the morning we can trade Forex without problem. The stock market, I need to wait the afternoon, and this can be a problem sometimes.
Yeah, that's the beauty of currencies. Literally, you can be in any time zone, even sometimes Asia. Sometimes you'll get moves in the Asian session, particularly in the yen crosses. Maybe not so much the euro, but or the pound, but definitely there's a lot of action in the yen if you're in the Asian session. So yeah, there always seems to be something going on. It tends to get very quiet as you get towards the end of the US session, obviously, unless there's something major going on. But I think from my perspective, I think around 7 o'clock in the morning, Swiss time, Central European time, that's usually when things start to get moving on the currencies, certainly on the major European currencies. Once the Asian session's finished, the liquidity comes in, and then they try to take it one way or the other way. And that's really what I like to use as a kind of an impetus for the first trade of the day.
Yes. So is it a Frankfurt Open in that time? It's 7 a.m. on your time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd say around 7 a.m. my time is when I'm kind of ready to go.
Yes. It's really, and only thing that I hate, but it's part of the market, because there's a lot of that price manipulation in the Frankfurt Open and the UK Open. And sometimes, we are bearish, then a few 15 minutes bullish candles, then you don't know where you are stand, then everything change and go in this direction. And this is the only thing that can be very hard in trading. But I like to find the good price level, and to keep that and during the whole session. And that's I think the tough way. But the hardest trades usually are the most profitable trades.
Yeah, agreed.
So This is the. Do you have anything on your charts to show? I just
Yeah.
start my
So yeah,
something
sure.
interesting.
So we could take a look at a dollar Canada as well. That
Yes.
one, let's just have a look. Looks like we're getting a bit more dollar strength. Dollar Canada. Okay, so dollar Canada, we have. Does that come through okay?
Yes.
Okay, so okay. So this one, big picture, it rejected from that big level on the long term, the multi-year ceiling. So the big resistance up here. So we kind of it's rejected from there, and I think we started a bit like the other things with the dollar, the US dollar, is we swing, correction, swing. So we're starting to trend lower on a multi-month time frame for dollar Canada. We're back around this key level, the old high, the old range high. So it broke below it, settled below it, and now on the weekly here, we're trying to push back above, but there's definitely some resistance coming from this the trap level. So you can imagine a lot of people are trapped above this line. All these people here who bought it, a lot of people are long and they're on the wrong side of the market. So for me, I'm expecting this. This is a counter trend rally. I think that we're going to be topping in this kind of area. I don't think we'll get back up here again. 140, 150. I think maybe around 140, 140 and a half. That will be a kind of a topping area for dollar Canada. And maybe next week again we could see the breakdown because I think this trend is going to continue down. I think we'll see some new lows for this one.
Yes.
So kind of in line with the other stuff really. So just literally a kind of a big breakdown, sideways, then bullish engulfing, outside weak, and then just trying to push a bit higher, but no real acceleration, on this thing. So let's just go to the daily on that one. Oops, onto the daily. Okay. So on the daily, it looks a bit more clear in terms of kind of trend and correction, that kind of thing. So that's the major high there. There's the swing down. There's the correction sideways. Bit of a descending triangle there, which broke, retested, break again. And then literally, it looks like we're just literally chopping around this kind of 139, 140 area before we break down again. There's a lot of resistance that comes in. You've got broken support just above 140, 140.25 up here. And you can see on the daily chart, we're getting a little bit of resistance there as well. So I think once we can get back down through some of these lows, 139 and below, that will be a good trigger for the sell for new lows. Any thoughts on that one?
Nice, very nice.
Same kind of idea as the other stuff. It just got a little bit overextended here, the decline. So now we've shaken out some of those sellers, and now we've trapped the sellers. Now we're trapping the buyers. I think these buyers are going to be trapped, and once we break down, then they'll be selling, and then boom, straight down. I think a bit like this kind of thing.
Yes, nice.
So again, another story. I think maybe for next week. We'll see what happens from Monday on this one. We didn't look at Kiwi dollar, but again, a similar kind of story. Kiwi dollar, New Zealand. So this is a bit similar to the Aussie, where there's a major low back in 2022, a bit like the pound and the euro. Big rally, and then it just fizzled out, and we just settled into a trading range. Breakdown, retest the low, so starting to find support at the low down here, and then we had that big flush out when the bad news came with the Trump tariffs originally. So the dollar collapsed, but so did the Australian dollar. So the Aussie collapsed, and then the next week we get the bullish engulfing, boom, and that for me is the bottom of the market. That is the bottom of the Aussie dollar market. And then we've closed above the resistance point here, and now we're just seeing a retest, I think, of the Kiwi dollar rather. So I think this is another opportunity to get long before we go up towards the top of the range.
Yes, yes, of course.
Similar kind of thing to the Australian, I suppose. Similar in that they both made a big base, big rally, V-shaped reversal on the daily chart. Let's get the daily chart there. Yeah, there's the daily chart, the V-shaped reversal. So boom, like that, and then straight back up again. And now kind of easing back. This looks like a good place to think about buying this market for the swing higher. So it looks like a good trade location for that. So yeah, I'm looking, I guess next week, once we get back above this week's high, 59.70 or so, that area, once we can break above that little pivot, then I think we should be starting to move higher on that one. Nice. We've not looked at crude oil yet. So yes. Crude oil is an interesting one in that we broke down from that descending triangle on the long-term chart. Let's get that. So there's the descending triangle going back. So basically after the kind of the Ukraine situation kicked off, it came all the way back down, and then we just seen the bounce, and then we're just gravitating back down, and then a few weeks ago we broke through the support line, boom, like that. So that for me has kind of confirmed that as a major bearish signal. Yes. Rebound, retest 1, 2, 3 weeks ago, retest the broken support, didn't go through, and now this week, boom, like that. So now we're just stuck in a bit of a range, I think. But for me, it looks like a bearish continuation for me. So this could be a good place to look for a short opportunity, I think, top of the range. So maybe that's the high already that we saw a couple of days ago. So yes. A kind of a top of the range, bottom of the range like that. So that'll be interesting, maybe to think about the sell side on crude oil. How does that look? Yeah, what do you think?
Beautiful. I just got a message, a comment, and just answer to the James. Hello, James. The question is, do you still have your eyes on the British pound dollar, Igor? Of course, in the beginning of this session, I made a trade. So I will just repeat, maybe you didn't see in this session. I will just go to the British pound dollar. So on British pound dollar, I made a trade around these levels right now. My stop loss is 1.327 and my target is to 1.336. But I think that I will close earlier, maybe when we just go above 1.33. So I just my bias is bullish because of the US dollar index. And I will just show you what's happened here. Even that it doesn't look like that. I see that this is some kind of the bearish bias of the US dollar index right now. Even that we have a push the whole Euro session right now a little bit. I know that usually the market during the Fridays doesn't go to the low and ultimate low, ultimate highs or something like that. Usually we are sideways between two price levels. Today we got 1.333 level on the upper side for the British pound dollar. It was the moment just here. We started to go down, and now we are just fighting here to see will we go up or down. For me, I think that this day will be sideways day. Maybe we will go 10, 15 pips up or down, but I think that from the next week, I see again some bullish push for the major currency pairs, just because the weak US dollar index. Of course, we need to watch US dollar index, what will be on the end of this week. For example, right now we can see this that we just show you to see. So we have a very, very long wick for the US dollar index. Maybe it can be bearish to the end of the day. I don't know, but that can be imply a bearish bias here. If you see, starting from the January of this year, we are bearish for the US dollar. Even that we had this 4 weeks bullish, we think, oh, everything stopped. We are not bearish anymore, but the structure is still bearish. And because of that, we need to be ready if euro dollar, British pound dollar, and other currency against US dollar start to go up. So I try this small position. We will see will I reach or not. But the good thing is I think that there is no enough push for US dollar index. And of course, this my trade can be mistrade. For example, last 45 minutes, we again started to go up for US dollar index, so that can push the dollar, British pound dollar down. But I will just stop and wait to see. We have a big resistance in the area of 1.326 to 1.327, and I don't know will we be there or not. Here we have resistance in the dollar index. I will just show you that. So this is the resistance that we are approaching right now. So it should be stopped here, and I hope some reaction and to go down. So we will see. We will see. Maybe now if you enter into the trade, if you decide to buy British pound dollar, just because the risk reward ratio, maybe your stop loss can be 1.326. I think that we will not go below 6, and then maybe we will have a push upside. So we will see. Of course, this trade is not a setup, because for the beginning of the day we have a big push downside for British pound dollar, but the bias is still bullish about 1.326. For me, 1.326 on the intraday level is a bullish bearish invalidation point. I will just show that. So I think that this support here at 1.326 is a bullish bearish foundation point. Below this level, I'm bearish for British pound dollar, but above this level, I still see possibility to go higher. We will see. We will see what will happen here. And just to show you one thing, maybe you can ask why I did put this two blue lines here, two blue vertical lines. These two blue lines I just put here because I want to show you one just a trick that I use very often related to the pivot points. So look the movement for the previous day on the May 14. We had a really push higher, then push downside. And what's happened there, I figure out then that when we have a huge difference in pivot points, that we can predict the next day the level of choppiness. Let me say like that. So what is the catch? As you know, people calculate the pivot point using the low, high, and the close price of the previous day. If we calculate the low, high, and close of the previous day, we will get that this was the high, this was the low, and the close was very near to the low. And on the other side, if we calculate only low, high, and divide with 2, we will get a different pivot point that some traders use. If we see the big difference between that two pivot points, for example, in this case, the difference is 16, 17 pips. That means that the next day will be the day when the huge portion of that day will be in some range around that 30 pips. You know, you have a pivot point, and then you have a 60 pips up, a 60 pips down. You make one blue box, and price oscillates whole day in that blue box, for example, that you can imagine here. And you can see that in any kind of market, either stock market, indices, whatever. So usually when you have these movements of the previous day, up high, close, very close to the low without ultimate low and ultimate high. In that case, the price can go up or high, of course, without any problem. But when you have this choppy price, sometimes only using these pivot points, you can measure and maybe plan the trades. So, for example, the last day was really, really boring and choppy day. And for example, right now, this day is a Friday, and it's a really, really boring day. So we are approaching to my let me say a stop loss for my buy trade. I just think a little bit to increase my stop loss, just to set on the 326, just because the more room for the trade to start to go up. But this day, I think it looks like that we will close. This is just the hunch, somewhere in the middle between the low and high of today, because I think that market usually close on Friday some sideways, usually. But of course, we can have different examples. But I think that either that we see the push lower for British pound dollar and euro dollar, I think that this is just the trap, and that we will stay in the same range as we were actually yesterday. If you see, for example, yesterday, this was the low, and we are still didn't break this low. We are somewhere there, and we are struggling with price. So we will see. We will see what will happen. But I'm just waiting. Yes. The US dollar index is just on resistance, as same as the British pound dollar is on support.
Yeah, so and euro as well. Yeah.
Yes, just
testing the support.
Yes. This is a little bit strange. Yes, actually, it's not. This is a support too, but we didn't break support here. We didn't break support here yet. We are somewhere near, but we didn't break. And US dollar index is on resistance. Now we'll see. It's a struggle, but we will see what will happen there. So I just want to check, are there any question here? No, only James. Okay, we have 7 minutes. If you have any question, or you want to analyze some chart, or to discuss your trade, please, you can make a comment.
Yeah.
James, you're welcome. Thank you for your question, my guy.
Yeah. Or anything in about trading in particular, any aspects of trading, that's always good to talk about if anyone's got any questions on that kind of thing.
No, there's
nothing there.
There's no questions yet. I think it's because this is the first session, and a lot of people sleep right now. So we will see during the day. But this 1 hour push for the US dollar is really huge. It's really hard.
Yeah.
But
it's testing some. Yeah. It's testing the support now. It looks like it wants to go the other way now. Looks like
yeah,
it's.
But we still have enough hours to the end of the day to do something more.
Yeah.
But we need to monitor that. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, dollar yen up at approaching 146 now. Yeah.
Yes, even the US dollar yen. Yes.
Yeah, strange you get a move this kind of late in the session without any major news kicking it off, isn't it?
Yes, it's a little bit, but if we go, it's just testing a support and resistance. So if US dollar Japanese start to go up, we will have still this resistance. We're waiting like a lot of times again to retest that. So we retest here, here. So this is the something that we are seeing very often, but it's a little bit strange without news at the end of the Friday to have some big push, either upside and a downside. So I just want to see again price to make quiet again, and we will see will that happen.
Yeah. What else is going on with the Bitcoin? Is struggling a bit, so maybe that's a bit of pressure on the dollar, on upside for the dollar. Gold is looks like it's trying to come back down again, so maybe that's a bit of pressure for a stronger dollar.
Yes. That's beautiful.
I think a lot of these markets. Yeah.
Yeah, so we got another question, a good question from the James. We can both give the answers, and me and Howard, about this. So the question is, why is the previous day close or opening important to talk about? So I can give you a lot of perspectives. First, I can give you a perspective as a programmer. I know a lot of trading companies, for example, that in their systems, they use the first early open or the close of the day, and calculate the whole setups around that. So it's a strategies like, for example, price open on this price. We are in this time frame and in this time zone, and in one moment I want to hit again the daily open or the Asia open or the Asia high or the Asia low, and etc. So a lot of systems are based on that. However, the previous day close or previous opening day, it's very important for the bias, because a lot of traders, for example, when they see that euro dollar and British pound dollar or any forex pair are positive in the beginning of the day or negative in the beginning of the day, they switch and think about that bias whole day. So if you see that, for example, right now the British pound dollar is a 0.5% up or 0.5% down, a lot of traders in their heads start to think about that, and they want to be on the right side of the market and push that trade. So, but I want to hear the opinion about this from you, Howard, too. What do you think?
Yeah, the settlement prices are very important, because people they kind of anchor to them. So a settlement price is almost like a sort of where the market finds its value. So when the market moves away from a value area, that's when that creates people taking positions. So it's very important that if you move away from a value area by a certain amount and for a certain time frame, then that creates an opportunity, usually to trade in the direction of the breakout. And I think that's why opening range breakout strategies are used, because at the open, a lot of people come in and they do their first trade. When the market moves away from the open, then there's going to be a lot of people on the wrong side of the market, and that creates a situation that you can take advantage of.
Nice. So I just want to add that I'm out of the trade. My trade stop loss is my trade is closed, and right now we are on the ultimate support for a British pound dollar. And right now I don't know where the market will go. The support is somehow broken, but we didn't have the hourly close below this support. So we will see. Maybe we'll go a little bit upside, maybe it'll go a little bit downside. I don't know. On the end, this was the bearish day for the market, and we will see what that means for the trading itself, and will that change the US dollar index bias, which Howard and I talked whole these sessions. So We will see. And
Good.
this is the end of this session, guys. I wish you the great day. Howard, for you, I wish you the great weekend.
You
And
too.
good health, and to have a good trades during the next week.
Have a great weekend, everybody.
Of
James,
course, of course.
Take care.
Great days. Bye bye.
Hey, Walter, Paul, how's it going, guys?
Hi, Walter. We haven't met.
Hey.
It's great to see you.
Yeah, it's the first time you in the
Hey,
second
Paul,
session.
how are
isn't
you?
it?
Yes,
Well, good. Yeah, I've seen you out and about.
it is the
Been
first
eager.
time I'm in a second session.
Yeah, yeah. It's really good. Welcome.
By the way, guys, how is my mic quality on audio? Just testing. Are we good?
It's a bit spotty, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it's a bit spotty.
Okay.
Like I was when I was like a teenager, you know, but spotty. All right. Well, Paul, I know you've mentioned that your week, like last week, you had a fantastic week, right? All your picks of the week, all of them played out. And then you mentioned that this week was a bit more quiet in terms of setups and opportunities. Is that still the case today? Was that pretty much the whole week? No real opportunities?
Sure. Because I mean, if we're ranging, we can short, but when we've got such a bullish bias, we want to stay away from going against the river, going in that direction. So yeah, it's just waiting for a pullback, finding some nice entrances, maybe happening today, tomorrow. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that's the best way, right? Wait for it. Sometimes it's not clear. If it's not clear, just wait for it until it does become clear.
And what's going on with you, Walter? Tell me about what you're looking at.
Oh, I mean, I'm looking at the usual gold and Bitcoin. So right now I'm still in a short trade on gold, which I entered earlier today. Well, London open to be precise. And the Bitcoin, I'm also in a short position. It's currently just like bouncing around. So I'm waiting to see if it actually gives that. So I'm waiting for like some sort of an aggressive shift to the downside. So just being patient with that. So yeah, so those are the two things I'm looking at right now. Yeah. So Paul, what do you look at? Because I think this is our first session together, right?
Yeah.
So what are you looking at, Paul?
Yeah, Paul.
He's
what do
asking
you look
you.
I can hear you. Sorry. Well, look, I was saying I'd be interested because I just said that I'm not really looking to short the market at the moment, but it'd be interesting to see what your short play has been and see how that plays out for sure. So we can maybe have that conversation, but it's just a waiting game for me at the moment. It's just that's the way it is in crypto, right? So yeah, we can get into that bit.
Yeah, well, let's get into it. I had obviously a long trade yesterday on gold. It was a beautiful trade. I got a 1 to 11. It wasn't a 1 to 10. It was a 1 to 11 risk reward ratio.
Amazing.
So I was very happy with that. Yeah, it's just I was a bit nervous, and I'll tell you why. I'll show you now on the charts here. I'm actually in a position right now on the Hola Prime account. It's a long, so opposite to you, Walter. But it's obviously but let's speak about the trade of yesterday. So yesterday we approached this daily support level, and that was where my level of interest was for a long position. And my timing was this trade is recorded and it should be on the Hola Prime channel shortly. So I entered down here, right? So when we broke below here, and then we got that impulse move, and then we made that higher low. So we got this little divergence in price action, and that's when
Are you sharing your screen, by the way?
Oh
Jannie?
My God. Are you kidding me? All right, let me start all over.
There we go. There we go. Right. Finally, I can see something.
Okay, great. So on the daily time frame, we were approaching that support level. So I was waiting for this level for some time, and then we finally got it yesterday. And yesterday morning, my local time, and that will be just before. It's more or less the same as the London time, right? There's like an hour difference. Yesterday morning, we were below the support level. And you can see this very steep kind of this steep drop, okay, below the support level. So I was still interested in the long position mainly because of the daily support level. So this I saw as a little impulse move because these two candles took out about 7 or 8 candles right there. So for me, this like, all right, here's where the buying is going on. So I was just waiting for that retracement. And then making a higher low. That's one way you could have played it. I also showed yesterday the second way you could have played that is to wait for it to break this neckline, so you have that double bottom formation. But that's where I got in. Now, the take profit. Now, this is where it gets very interesting, right? Now, it just moved pretty much straight in a straight line yesterday up right to the take profit. I didn't like it because I was hoping for it to find resistance around here, right? So that it can just reject and maybe form a second shoulder here and then push higher. That would have given me a lot more kind of confidence in the trade, but it just kept pushing higher. So I had to stay up for that one. So it actually stay closed in the new, because this is the new daily candles opening candle. And I started to trail this, like basically at the low of each 15-minute candle. And if you look at the price action here, my take profit was 3251.56. That's the exact level where I took profit. Price went to, let me show you, you can see at the bottom of the MT4 of Hive, it went to 3252.15, like literally 0.6 above the take profit level before it rejected. Like, okay, that was there. There's definitely an element of luck there. I didn't sit here with like this magic formula and go, you know what? It's definitely going to go to exactly 32516. I just like placed the take profit based on, if you go to the 1 hour time frame, I hate this MT5 when it locks you in. So this cluster of candles here, right? And I also have the FIP levels here. So the 38.2 and the 50. So I'd usually go in between the 38.2 and the 50, but because of this cluster of candles, I thought, let me take the profit around here somewhere. So it was just like, it wasn't perfectly calculated. It was just placed like in this kind of zone, if that makes any sense, right? And it was just luck, really luck, that it turned out to be the exact point where it's going to turn around, right? But now we are retracing, and on the longer time frames, specifically the 4 hour time frame, we got that bounce of the daily support, obviously, and now we're coming back down here with a retracement right back to the daily support level. And that also happens to be, why don't I have, you know what, I've done this on a different chart. But this is also, if you look at, let me just delete this quickly. I'll come back to this. If you go and draw these FIP levels here, right from this low to the high, this confluence there. Do you see that? This is the 61.8. Yep. Lines up perfectly with the daily support level. So, and for me, this is a bounce, and we could potentially go up. And I mean, for me, short. I also want to short Bitcoin. Gold, digital gold is Bitcoin, the real gold. But I will only be interested in gold for a short when we go way back up here for a third touch off this diagonal line, because you can see we've got price diverging here at the highs, right? So if we can go, I'm not saying it is going to go back up there. I don't know, right? But that is where I would be interested in a short on gold. So for now, I am bullish. And the entry was based off on the 1 hour time frame, this very strong engulfing candle that you got bouncing off this, where you got this confluence, the 61.8 and the daily level. And obviously the fact that we got the straight line at this pullback for a retest on that daily support level. So that's the reason why I'm in a long position right now. Okay, so we'll see how it works out. If it doesn't work, then that's fine. But that's the reason for the trade, right? So, any questions on that?
No, I mean some very, very good reasons. I can understand exactly why you're bullish on this. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, you can see that 1 hour candle looks pretty bearish, but for me, this engulfing candle coming off all of this confluences carries more weight than this current bearish candle. That's just like the same what happened here on the half an hour time frame, right? You can see that this is a pretty strong bearish candle, you know, in this kind of downtrend, if you will. But yeah, on the half an hour, you can also see this pretty strong engulfing candle coming off all that confluence. So that to me carries more weight than just an individual candle all by itself. So we'll see how this trade works out. The stop loss is at a very reasonable spot, and that's obviously at the low. So if it breaks that, then to me that is like, okay, I'm out, right? Like that's it for me for gold. But right now I'm long, but this level here, now this could take some time to play out for price to go up to this diagonal line here. The third touch is usually the best spot for me personally to take a short, not the fourth or the fifth touch. The third spot, the third touch, because obviously you need 2 touches to be able to draw the line in the first place. And then the third touch, that is a really good opportunity to go short, usually, right? I don't think it's going to make new highs. If it's going to make new highs, it's going to have to first bounce off there and maybe make a higher low and then pierce through and break that latest high. And then you can say, all right, looks like we're going back up. So yeah, that's how I see gold and how I would like to play it. But it could, as I said, it could take some time before we get here. Like I'm talking like maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks. I don't know. Maybe 3 days. Maybe it just shoots up there, or maybe this just crashes.
That can happen in a few hours.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know how long it's going to take. All I know is I know the levels that I'm interested in, and that's it. All right. So that's gold.
Awesome.
The other one is obviously the pound US dollar. I spoke about this quite extensively yesterday. I'm still, you know what? Okay. This looks better. All right. So I had a trade at the beginning of this week, actually on Friday last week, and that was based off this diagonal line here. Right, but not just that on its own. There was a lot of other confluences as well. I know it looks a bit busy, so I'll just quickly explain to you what I'm looking at here. You see this head and shoulders pattern.
Yeah,
we had this head and shoulders pattern. We had a close below there, so that confirms the head and shoulders pattern. Now you don't trade it there. Obviously, you want to have a pullback, and then the pullback came right back to this diagonal line. Now, typically, as I said, the third touch is the best one, but here you have multiple confluences. It's not just the diagonal line you're trading off. There's much more to the story here. So that was my entry, and then this was on Friday, and then on Monday we had this beautiful drop, and I was up like a 1 to 6, so that was great. But I wasn't ready to close the trade because I expected price to move a lot lower, to be honest. And then price retraced right to this. This is the let me just show you where this level came from. Right? Do you see this little pivot there? Right? And then we broke through it, and then we retested it, and then it played out, and then it broke through here. So this was the level I was paying attention to. Okay. So on the 1 hour time frame on Monday, I don't know why it always goes automatically back to that locking the screen. But anyway, so we broke through that. So that was good. We closed below it and all the rest of it. And then we came back for a retest. It struggled there and then it rejected. So this is where I added a second trade. I added a second position here. And then it just went sour, right? On the 4 hour time frame, it closed above that level right here. It closed above that resistance area, and that is where I closed both the trades. And so going from being up to a 1 to 6, I netted like a 1 to 2.5. Okay, well, you know what you're gonna do, right? It doesn't always kind of play out the way you would like it to play out. So all right, fine. So the next day I wasn't interested in trading, and then just before the session, I saw this diagonal line here. So this I drew this in hindsight. Okay, it wasn't something I was expecting or looking at because I was fully focused on how the trade was busy playing out and never looked at like, okay, what if the opposite happens? Where will you be interested in that then? But it did bounce off that diagonal line, and now you can see we are currently kind of just ranging to the side. Now for the pound US dollar, I still look. This can go. This can either go up or down from this point. I personally don't think the pound US dollar is in a good spot to trade because we've made this higher low. But at this, and you're also busy forming this inverted head and shoulders. But at the same time, you still have this head and shoulders pattern, and it's respecting this diagonal line. Yeah. So at the same time, it can also still go lower. So there's a very strong argument for both directions. So for that reason, I'm out, like they say on Dragon's Den. I'm not interested. I'm not interested. Like I'm waiting for price to either break this diagonal line and close above that resistance level. For me, that will confirm this inverted head and shoulders pattern and invalidate this head and shoulders pattern, which is much wider and stronger in my opinion. This one, yeah. So and the second scenario is obviously it can go down and play to this level I'm interested in, yeah, the 1.301 level. If it does play out to that level, I probably won't find a short opportunity, right? Because the price action is just a little bit too messy for me. Right, here was the opportunity right here. This pullback right to this zone and breakdown here, the retest. And ideally, it had to play out there. That's when I would still have been in the trade. But right now, if we do go short, it will be very difficult for me to find an entry. Right, the long would be easier to play. So regardless of what happens, whether this goes down or up, I will. In both cases, unless something else unfolds as new candles gets added to the chart. For now, I'm waiting to go long, either right here at this support level or when it breaks down out to the upside. Yeah, but right now, the pound US dollar is a no-go zone.
No-go zone.
No-go zone.
No zone goes on. No zone.
Yeah, it's just a bad idea. I think this is where you can get chopped up, especially if you're focusing on smaller time frames. I mean, it can just wick you out and it can do all sorts of things. Like especially when you're in this type of area, it's just not a good, for me personally anyway. I know everybody trades differently, but for me, it's not a good idea to trade right now in the pound US dollar. So a bit of clarity. Actually, a lot of clarity is what I'm waiting for. And then Bitcoin hasn't done much. It's still ranging to the side. Yesterday, it looked like it was going to come lower and potentially form that double top. But, it's not a double top until it's confirmed. So until then, you're still in the range. It looks like it's pushing up for now. But you are in this kind of range here. This is the range you're in from that high to the low. So I would like this to come lower. I would like this to come lower to the 98 level. That would be a very good level for me. That's where I will be interested in. If it just breaks out without me, then that's fine, right? I'll just wait for the next story to unfold. But for now, Bitcoin has now been in this range for some time, like quite a long, like a while, a week or something. I don't know. From the 9th.
Classic Bitcoin.
Yeah, it does nothing and then it does everything.
And then in like 2 to 3 days, it will either stop out a lot of traders, make people think the world is coming to an end, or in those 2 to 3 days, everyone's excited that Bitcoin's going to hit an all-time high.
Yeah, look, I mean, to be honest with you, if it makes an all-time high, you see that doesn't mean anything to me. I don't care about that. For me, it's very important that the stuff I look at is playing out.
Yeah.
So like it needs to like, yeah. So it needs like, yeah, this makes sense.
The tussle with the thing about Bitcoin is the tussle with all-time highs, as Walter insinuated, is fraught with complications, misdirection, which is why I'm kind of like, just for a minute. And I think that's because the problem is in Bitcoin and the crypto market, when the pound or the dollar yen or whatever is going to the moon, no one's writing about it, right? No, you don't see these huge articles on CNN saying, the pound, the euro's going to the moon, everyone needs to pile in. You don't see that, but with crypto you do. So when you get Bitcoin, even if Bitcoin just pokes above all-time highs and just ekes out an extra $1, the whole world will go crazy, and then everyone's going to jump in without thinking, and then they'll be on the phone to me 2 weeks later trying to get their money back. So that's the way I see it. So I would not discount the power of all-time highs to create complete chaos.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. So yeah, but for me, and I think we all three of us would agree that it still needs to make a lot of sense. Like the trade needs to make sense, and you need to be able to articulate the reason why you're taking the trade. You can't just say, "Oh, it break a new high." That's not enough.
I know,
Right.
of course,
What's the risk you are exposing yourself, and where are you going to get out? How do you know where are you wrong? That's obviously the mistake most people make. Paul, like you just mentioned, people read an article and then they just buy, and now it goes against them, and they just don't know what to do. They just don't know what to do. Right. Do I buy more? Do I search for the next article? Do I follow this guy on YouTube? Like they don't know what to do. So
yeah, I mean, the issue is, of course, some news can be informative, and it can inform your trading decisions, and it can inform confidence, especially if we're sitting above 100k. So you're trying to, the last update video on Primex a couple of days ago was just the topic was just discussing this: the 3 potential paths for Bitcoin: range just below all-time highs, break all-time highs, or come back for a nice healthy retrace of some of the areas we've just left. Those 3 options. And I don't think there's going to be the bearish scenario isn't included, because what we're seeing every day institutions lapping up Bitcoin. Countries are now buying Bitcoin every day. The news coming across my desk is crazy, but the problem is here. People I'll be having a conversation with people. I say, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. This institution's just bought 30 million worth of Bitcoin. And then I'm like, well, hang on. What's Bitcoin's market cap, right? Does that have an impact? 30 million? Not really. It's a drop in the ocean. Now, when you talk to about a country who's just bought up 300 million, then yeah, that is significant. That is going to impact supply and demand for sure. So you still got to be informed, of course, but you need to know the difference between a big sounding number and a number which actually has an impact. And this is part of the game in the crypto space as well. And it's like I'm not a capital expert. Right, I'm not that. I don't have.
Oh, you're being very humble now, Paul. Of course you are.
But
you just know you are.
But the point is, I'm trying to make is most retail traders think they know it all, but they don't. And it's sometimes you just got to say, this ain't my thing. I'm going to maybe try and find an expert, as opposed to putting my whole life savings and mortgaging my house on Bitcoin because this guy said he just bought 20 million worth of Bitcoin, because that sounds like a big number, but it's not. So
Yeah, no, you're right.
My go-to favorite phrase when someone asks futuristic questions is, "I'm not an economist. Find one."
I'm not a fortune teller. Who are you?
Let me find my crystal ball, and I'll give you an answer.
Well, no, I mean, the thing is, I don't know. I think we've just lost Jannie, but
yeah, I think Jannie's lost connection.
There is a crystal ball in trading. It's
I think I removed myself by accident. I don't know.
Why would you do that? Divergence is the closest you can get to a crystal ball, right? But I think I'm going to take that "I'm not an economist" line, because that makes perfect sense to me. So thank you for that tip.
Where do you think gold is going to be 4 months from now? It's a very good question. It's a shame I'm not an economist.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, look, but the thing is, like, I mean, I can't remember whose, but this was some famous trade. This is a very long time ago, and he mentioned that he knows some of the top economists in the world, and they're very, very good in their analysis and so on, but they can't execute. They can't trade, right?
No,
they can't execute.
This is one of the stark differences.
Yeah, they have all this knowledge, and maybe they're eventually right, but like the thing is, like, if someone says Bitcoin's going to go up, right? Yeah. What time frame are you talking about? Are you talking over the next 5 years? Are you talking
5 minutes?
Over the next 5
hours?
Yeah. So you could eventually be right, but that doesn't. You can still lose everything and be right, right? Because
I mean, this is the game. This is the game economists play. The best economists, they specialize in SPX, and I'm telling you, that's the best game to play, because all you need to say at the start of the year is, I think SPX is going to rally and end this year at around 10%, because that's an average what it's done in the preceding years. I mean, SPX is like from the low that it hit a few weeks ago, it's now gone up over 20%. If you bought at that low and you just no leverage trading, just you put a bit of money in your portfolio and just held that for a few days, 20% gain, so there are some markets that are very easy to be an economist in because it's always going to end the year in the green. But economists are very good at taking things and giving the big picture, whereas as traders, we focus more on the little picture, and we're very specific about what we're looking at. It's like, for example, Jannie, you're long on gold, right?
Yeah,
Whereas I'm
how's that
short
doing,
on
by the
gold.
way?
And I'm
Yeah.
short on gold on a different perspective. Like, for example, I've been short since London session. My trade is very much in profit now. I've taken some of my profit out of the market. I'm anticipating a further decline, but at the same time, price is in an area right now where it could easily bounce and rebound to the upside, right? But we're looking at the same currency pair, but we're seeing two separate pictures, but we're focusing on two separate things. So oddly enough, we're both right, but we're just right in different contexts.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, if exactly right. Like, so you say you're short, but you already entered much earlier, and I say I'm long, but this is exactly what I'm saying. Like,
But you're long yesterday.
I was long yesterday. Yeah, I that was just 1 to 11. I mean, I'm not going to complain about that. That was a beautiful trade. And then the pound US dollar trade didn't quite work. It's still a 1 to 2.5. So I'm not, I don't get upset about those things. That's just, what are you going to do? Like, get angry? That's just like how it works out. So, like, okay, it's going sour, get out. I was up 1 to 6. Now I have to settle with a 1 to 2.5. Don't worry about those kind of things, because the next opportunity is around the corner, right? You just got to wait for it. There's always going to be opportunities. It's not going to stop unless the entire economy or the markets just stop, comes to a total halt, which will never happen, right? So,
whoa, don't say that.
Let's never say never. That's how jinxes work. That's how jinxes work, my friend. Never say never. Oh,
Now
God, I've never learned anything.
Fine, I'll pull that back. Okay, like, take the opportunities while they last, while they're there for us to take advantage of. Yeah, but anyway, I think like you said, Walter, like you were short, and I'm saying I'm long, but we you don't talk about the actual specifics. This is what people miss. It's like, yeah, but you don't know that he went short like early this morning already, like you just said, right? And I'm long at a different spot, like, while you're already a lot, quite a bit in profit. So yeah, so the point was really, like, when economists say that the pound US dollar is going to go up, yeah, but I mean, over what time frame are you talking about? Because it can correct quite deeply first before it actually eventually plays out based on what they're telling you. That's the only thing I'm saying. So so if you do focus on technical fundamentals, which I don't, you still need to, like, even if you if you focus heavily on fundamentals, your technicals still plays a very, very important role in your trading, because you got to get your timing right. Yeah. So, all right. So that's Bitcoin. Bitcoin for me, we're just riding to Yeah, we're trading to the side, and I would like to wait for the 98 level. If I don't get it, that's fine. I'll wait for a level on something else. All right. So then the NASDAQ has actually been. Yesterday we formed this little doji candle, and today we also kind of just forming a very choppy kind of market condition. Yeah, you can see, it looked like it wanted to break down and then just shot straight back up. So we're forming these doji. So I don't really know, what to expect on the NASDAQ. I do think that there's one potential scenario is we could get that's the all-time highs, right? Okay, I'm gonna have to open my. Sorry about this, guys. Let me just open my NASDAQ. Yeah. So one scenario that I feel we need to look out for, that is not going to be. I don't think it's going to be very easy to time, but is a divergence in price. Yeah, where's the high? That's the high. So if we reject from this level, I'm not saying we are. If we reject from this level and we break this support level here, then we can start to say, all right, we've got a divergence in price. Do you see that? So then I think you know, the NASDAQ is probably like is gonna trade lower. But for me, like we're gonna have to break the support level first, and if we do, then even though currently it looks like the NASDAQ's gonna make all new highs, makes new highs, but actually it's just making a lower high before it actually starts to continue to go much lower. So that's how I see it right now. And this I know it's too early. I mean, we've got like 2 dojis. The day is still long. It is Friday, so I don't expect a lot of price action. But the market doesn't care what I expect. It could just push up higher. But this is something I'm looking out for. We could potentially get that. We could potentially get that divergence in price. It looks like it's going to break. Doesn't. Fall short. Very similar to gold, right? Yeah. On the gold, yeah. It looked like it was going to go all the way to the highs, fall short, makes that high, like this lower high, and you get that divergence in price. And from there, it just kind of went much lower. So that's what I'm looking out for on the NASDAQ. I do feel that, especially with the trade wars and so on, it's not over. It's definitely not over. There's all these pauses and holds and so on, but we don't know what's going to happen there, right? The U.S. government is pretty serious about reducing their debt, so we'll see. Okay, but for now, I'm a bit cautious about the NASDAQ. So I think it's pretty clear of exactly what I would like to see, right, or what I'm expecting at least. So those are the 4 markets: the pound, US dollar, Bitcoin, gold, and the NASDAQ. So for now, I'll hand over to you, Walter, please, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever. I'm already sharing my screen, I think. Is it showing on your end? Who's admin today?
Not yet.
I am. I can't see it, no. Yeah, there we go.
Try now.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Beautiful. Okay. So I'm just going to talk about my gold position first, and in terms of like why I took it. So I saw yesterday's long, by the way, Jannie. So I actually was in last night's session, and I was coming out of a short position. So I took this short trade. So a lot of my trading activity takes place in Asia and London, and every now and then I see something good in New York session. So my initial position yesterday was this short trade that traded basically into, it was a 4-hour target that I had my eyes on. So I'll just show you the bigger picture right here. All right, so this is it was an unmitigated order block, right? So the market traded right into that, bounced off it, and then gave that reversal. It also completed the bearish cycle on both the 15 and the 30 minutes time frame. So I was pretty optimistic. That was pretty positive it was going to go up, but at the same time, I was like, yeah, I'd rather just end the day than take another position into New York. But it was a very, very big run to the upside. I wasn't expecting the bullish run to be as extended as it was. I was anticipating price potentially even like I was aiming for price to reverse up onto this high, right? So it's a very big move to the upside. But now, going into today, so this morning, looked at this, I was like, okay, where are we now, and where is price potentially heading to? So if we take a look on the daily time frame, just to begin with. So my big picture analysis is still the same as what it was previously, where I do see the daily has right now is within a bearish cycle, right? And right now price is in a very key price area, because there is this massive imbalance that was created. Of course, you can see this as separate imbalances, but I just see this as just one big imbalance, right? From the open of this, from the high of this candle to the low of this candle, right? That was created a few weeks back. And I do see one or two things happening. So I see the market would eventually close in on this imbalance and potentially even take out this short-term low, where, trading into like that 2,942 price region. Or B, the market will bounce away from this imbalance, and we could see a move towards the next area of daily buy side, which is where? So the next area of daily buy side is this fair value gap right there, right? So one of those two things could happen. So either that continued decline to the downside, or we could see a bounce up and then a potential bearish decline. So in terms of the 4-hour time frame, right? So 4-hour for me, I was bearish on this earlier in the week because the market was moving in a bearish cycle. And then yesterday, it completed that bearish cycle and gave a bullish reversal to the upside. And again, with the 4-hour time frame, I do see a potential that the market could potentially confirm a new bearish cycle. So we could see a new break to the downside and then a further decline to sort of like fill this imbalance on the daily. Or again, the market could simply, so this could be the beginning of a new bullish cycle where the market has broken structure. This is a fair value gap that the market has traded into, and then we could see a bullish reaction from this area. So that's why, although I'm still holding the sell position, I've taken 80% of my profit at the H4 SST, which is where the market traded into the close of that imbalance. I took 80% of my position and I've left 20% open in case there is a continued decline. But I'm not holding my breath for that because the market could easily bounce off this area. Now, in terms of the 1 hour, so again, I don't spend too long on this. I just use this to frame the trend. But in terms of the 1 hour, it's pretty much the same thing, except the 1 hour has given me a bearish break to the downside. And it looks to me as though the 1 hour is still in a bearish cycle. So this is the initial break of structure, the market. So this is the fair value gap. And what we could see is a potential rejection from this imbalance. And then we can see a decline towards yesterday's low. So again, right now, price is in a very precarious area where A, it could give a very sharp move to the downside, and we can see price take trade into yesterday's low, or B, we can see the market trade into fill this this imbalance. Now, taking a look at this in terms of the cycle, so the 15 and the 30-minute cycle are what I like to pay attention to when it comes to opportunities. So right now on the 15-minute time frame, so my short position was in line with this bearish cycle, right, on the 30 and 15. So my first initial trade was this morning on the 15 minutes when the market gave a break of structure in Asia. And then my entry was at this bearish order block, stop above the high. And then I basically just, so when price traded into, so my initial profit was down here. But basically what I like to do is if I see the market has traded into a key area by London Open, I like to just take my profit and look for a new position in London Open. So I like to use it, even if I take a 1-to-1, the way that I see it is I use my 1-to-1 to pay for my London position. So then that way, I'm not like, at the very worst case scenario, I'm ending my day at break even. So I took profit. My London trade is what I'm now holding right now. Because basically what happened, the market gave a break of structure to the downside. London Open, the market rallied, took out the short-term high. Very, very simple trade. Gave a railway track back into the range. I placed a pending order at this purple line. So this purple line is a key area of liquidity. So as you can see, this is where the market retested. And then we saw a break 2 days ago. The market traded back above it, broke down below. So again, this is a very, very sensitive price area. I placed a pending order there, stop went above the high. And I know this might seem a bit ambitious, but I'm actually, I was aiming for price to trade towards yesterday's low. So yesterday's low, that would yield me a 1 tonight. But that's where my final target is currently sitting, right? So yeah, so that's the trade that I'm in right now. So it was a very simple break of structure, retest of the recent high, waited for price to trade into the range, and then placed the pending order. And now I'm holding this short. So is this position still valid in New York? Well, for me, the answer to that question is where's price currently sitting, because now we've seen a complete bearish cycle take place here. The market gave a reversal, new break of structure, secondary leg. The market is now traded into this fair value gap right there.
Sorry, Walter. Sorry to interrupt you. Your connection is a little bit. It's very spotty again. There's a lot of breaks while you're talking.
Yeah, we can follow you. I think it might be a clipping
Oh,
issue.
really?
Might be too much gain, maybe, because we can see you just fine. You look great.
Too much what? Sorry.
I think it might be a little bit too much gain. Maybe it feels like a clipping sound. Maybe just back off the audio volume or something. Maybe. My best guess.
Oh, let
Yeah,
me try to drop down the microphone.
Yeah, because it's not data packet distortion sound. It's a clipping sound, I think.
yeah.
Because what you're saying is fantastic. We just want to make sure we can hear it with perfect clarity.
Yeah, yeah.
How is this? Is this good?
Well, it's
Yeah, that's
we'll see. Thanks for your efforts.
yeah. I'd like
Okay.
when you say, "Is this good?" That was pretty
Okay,
clear.
let me know if it's still clipping. I do apologize, guys.
I think it still is, actually.
Right.
I think it still is. Forget that idea.
The 15 minutes.
All right. So okay, but we are following you, Walter. I think it's just maybe something you can.
We'll make do. We'll make do.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll try and figure out if there's a way for me to, like, I ordered a new mic anyways, it's on the way. So, yeah, so it's unfortunate right now. I don't know where the clicking sound is coming from. But yeah, so just to wrap this up real quick, with regards to the 15 minutes on gold. So right now, the market is, right now, from what I see anyways, is in a new bearish cycle. I am anticipating one more leg to the downside. And that leg is most likely going to take out 3,154. So this is the current low of the day. And we're going to see a lower low. As to whether it takes out the H4 SST, that's remaining to be seen. But I'm fairly positive that we are going to see some sort of a rejection from this area to the downside. And then on the 30 minutes time frame, again, right now, the 30 minutes is showing a complete bearish cycle. It's simply a question of whether we're going to see a vector, a sort of final leg into sort of like into the current low of the day, into that A4 SST. And then from there, we could see the market rebound back into the range. So that's what I'm seeing on gold right now. Right now, a lot of things, so the 15 minutes and the 30 minutes are pointing me to the downside. The 1 hour is also pointing me to the downside, as right now the market is moving within a 1 hour bearish cycle. However, the 4 hours is giving me sort of like an ambiguous bias, could be bullish, could be bearish. And the daily is, again, right now I do see a potential of the daily dropping down to completely fill this imbalance that was created from the rally a few weeks ago. So yeah, so that's what I'm looking at on gold right now. So right now I'm just holding that 20% of my trade to see how that moves. But of course, I don't hold positions over the weekend. So before I go to bed, which is in 2 hours time, well, this is meant to be my bedtime, but within the next hour or two,
We'll put you to sleep. No problem.
For those, I know Jannie already know, but yeah, so Paul, you know, but I'm based out in Asia, so my time here, it's 11:43 p.m. It's a beautiful time.
Yeah.
1 second.
All right. Very interesting. Very
Right.
interesting. We'll
Now
see how it plays.
Bitcoin.
But you know, sorry. Yeah.
Just move on.
So with Bitcoin. So Jannie's right. I mean, in terms of the bigger picture look, it's very, very accumulative price action right now. The market is just bouncing up and down. And again, it's a very logical move as well. We can see the market goes from buy side to sell side. So it takes out a prior high right there. And then after that, the market takes out low, and then it moves into the high, and then trades into the same balance, takes out this short-term high, trades back into the range, takes out the short-term low, and is now traded in to take out the short-term high. So again, we're going to see if the next move is going to be to the sell side. But when the market is doing stuff like this, for me personally, I pay a lot more attention to the 15 and the 30 minutes time frame, because again, I love to trade those sort of like micro cycles, especially when it's in line with some sort of higher time frame trend. So 15 minutes is super clear for me. It's in a bearish cycle. The market has delivered that break of structure to the downside. And of course, right now, this is the setup I'm actually, so on my other accounts, I'm actually, so with Bitcoin, I tend to trade this on chain. So I use decentralized trading portals to place positions on Bitcoin dollar. So with this, my on-chain position is short. So if you take a look at this properly, so I sell in sort of like at that fair value gap, stop goes above the high. And then of course, what I'm looking to do is I'm looking to take profit at this initial low, right? So this is just my current standard setup on Bitcoin dollar. And of course, the low that I'm looking at is the low of yesterday, right? So I do see a very strong possibility the market will trade down and take out the low of yesterday. So that's what I see. So the 15 minutes is super clearly bearish to me. I don't see any ambiguities on this. But if we take a look on the 15 minutes, so 15 minutes has completed that bearish cycle earlier today. And then it gave a bullish reversal. That bullish reversal took out various short-term highs. So we saw these relative equal highs that were created in London session. You can see the market came, swiped above that high, and is now traded back into the range. So for me, the no-brainer path of least resistance after this point is to the downside. So the question is whether we're going to see a smooth run to the downside, or if Bitcoin is going to keep being a little B word and just like keep chopping around this range before eventually giving that aggressive move. Yeah, so right now it's a waiting game for me, but my short-term bias on Bitcoin is bearish, and I'm bearish up until 101,400. Yeah, 101,400. Right, that's my target price.
Very good.
So yeah, so that's it for me for both the gold, short and short term, and Bitcoin. I'm also short in the short term on this as well.
Yeah, that 100K target is definitely in play for sure. I mean, when I'm speaking of a pullback,
Yeah,
I'm thinking of a slightly deeper retrace on higher time frames to support. But yeah, to 100K, I mean, it's the range, right?
Yeah.
So it makes perfect sense. So, but it's just
So it could go lower definitely. There's a likelihood of it going into like 100.5 K into this fair value gap. That's another area that I have highlighted. But yeah, I do see like a good possibility of the market taking out these lows before a potential, if there will be one this year, continuation to the upside.
Oh yeah. It's that we were talking about yesterday, how it's a battle now at the moment between buyers and sellers who are taking profits from the mid-April run-up, and then people looking to get in. But because we've got significant institutional players, it'll be very interesting to see, because every dip is a scoop, right? Every dip is an entrance point for some of these institutions, and 100K certainly is that for sure. And I can see a lot of people propelling. I mean, that's all it needs, just an extra, because if we're holding our own at the moment, we come down to 100K, load it with a few more whales and a couple more buyers or whatever, and that may be all we need to get through all-time highs, because the closer we get to it and the higher we sit, those are going to get exhausted and they're going to start reconsidering their positions as well. So, but why don't we, I mean, you got anything else, Walter, or do you want me to take over?
No, you can take over.
Right, that's great. Thank you for that. It's always good to have different perspectives for sure.
Definitely,
absolutely.
Because I mean, I'm it's just a waiting game. But let's just have a look. So where are we going? So yeah, this is the 15-minute chart. I mean, look at it. We dipped yesterday, came back up. We're off the back of this double bottom. I mean, when you look at symmetry like this, there's a lot. I know a lot of traders who trade kind of these mirrored patterns. And you can see, coming back down to 100K would facilitate that pattern for sure. But just
sorry, Paul. What is a mirrored pattern? I don't know what that is.
So some people look to use symmetry and mirroring to have a sense of what the price action will kind of be. And if you look at kind of like how I suppose a simple double top functions and a head and shoulders pattern functions, there is an element to that. Now, I don't trade off that, to be honest, because for me, it borders on quackery a little bit. But nonetheless, if you think of, symmetry in terms of the market cycle, right, then there's an element to it inherently in the maths, which is underpinning all kind of movement. But it's just whatever people pay attention to, whether it's symmetry, they're holding a mirror up to their laptop, or they're just trading moon cycles, right? If enough people do it, right? So just food for thought. But this obviously, this is a nice line in the sand you can use. And if we remain above the point of control, then we have a shot at all-time highs. But if we continue to break down a little bit, then as Walter said, 100K would be on the cards. And if we just look at the so you can find it, where are we? Lots of charts. We just look at the multi-time frame to get a sense of, is there any bias we can pick up on? And there's no bullish, there's no bearish divergence, apart from on the higher time frames on the daily, which could be playing out. So all we've got is a waiting game and possibly some bearish divergence on the daily. If I can find the chart, bearish divergence on the daily is playing out. Well, I assure you it's there. So, and that would, of course, higher time frames win over the 15 minutes. So that divergence on the daily might help your trade, Walter, for sure. But I just wanted to mention this. Hello. This chart, if I can ever find there. Here we go. Here's the bearish divergence. It's just with the MACD, and it could be very easily invalidated if
he disagrees. Strongly disagrees.
If you get a pump, this can obviously do this, and it'll invalidate the divergence. But yeah, that's the context, and we just need to see where we're at the other side. But this is what I wanted to show you. So now these are things I do pay attention to. So we've got Bitcoin. Both of these are logarithmic. We've got Bitcoin's price action as it approached previous all-time highs at the peak of 2017. Now, remember, when Bitcoin finally hit around 19, 20K back in 2017, this is when everyone started talking about Bitcoin as a serious sort of asset to invest in, right? Now, if you look at where we are now with a lot of institutional adoption over the last 6 or 7 years, what's the next kind of move we're looking for to get people's attention? Well, it's 1 million. And a lot of commentators are coming out and saying 2028, 2029 for 1 million. Now, so on the right, we have the current price action, and we're sitting at 100K, kind of just where Bitcoin was sitting when it was about 1,300 a few years ago. And you see this kind of, talking about, symmetry of sorts. We've had an inverse head and shoulders, same here, and then very similar run-up patterns. And then this is where we are. And you can kind of see, if this kind of move repeats. Now, this, of course, is not a prediction, right? It's a projection to visualize essentially where we're going and what we're trying to achieve. Now, I don't think we're coming anywhere close to this this cycle. I think definitely maybe the back end of the 20s, for sure. But when you see this kind of historical precedence, and you can see in the patterns repeating, then we could see some crazy moves from Bitcoin. I think this is the area we'll end up landing around 250 if we continue up. I think that's very bullish. But anyone who's saying it's 1 million, I don't think we're going to get there just yet. But just food for thought, shall we say, in terms of when we're trying to figure out what Bitcoin's doing. And I find these charts can be quite compelling. I mean, Walter, any thoughts on this slightly pie in the sky view?
Pie in the sky.
Slightly pie in the sky.
Bitcoin it's going to get to 1 million at some point. I'm fairly confident. I mean, right now, there will be a lot of buy squeeze, especially as we're very close to mining the maximum supply of Bitcoin that can ever be supplied in the market. And the closer we get to that number, the more buying pressure that we're going to see. The demand isn't getting any lower. The demand is only increasing year after year. I have no idea why, considering that a lot of DeFi and a lot of infra protocols run on the Ethereum blockchain, but still there is demand for Bitcoin. Yeah, I do see if that demand keeps on increasing every year as it currently is, and as we reach the maximum supply, I do see a very good likelihood of it getting to 1 million, 100%. It will be like one of those commodities that is very very overpriced.
Yeah. And I think the issue is, the reason why Bitcoin is so unique and is because it is a de-inflationary asset, and all you need for it to go up is you need demand to stay steady. So every 4 years, we have the halving, and the reward gets halved, which is essentially supply, right? So as long as demand stays steady, then the price action is going to continually expand and go up to infinity, right? Now, what we are facing is increasing demand with reduced supply. So the scenarios are always going to be Bitcoin going up and up and up. But obviously, as you said, there's only there is a a finite supply, 21 million, and we're not going to fill that anytime soon, because as each halving cycle progresses, less and less Bitcoin are being produced. So it won't be something like 2040 or 50 or something, I think, until we've actually exhausted the supply, and then it's a different game. But for sure, yeah, absolutely. I do believe it'll hit 1 million. I don't think this cycle, but hey, I would love to be impressed. But
No,
this is
definitely not this cycle. I mean,
I mean,
crazy for it in 1 million this cycle.
it would be crazy. So a couple of setups I've been looking at this week, trying to eke out a trade. So this is CFX, very close to hitting my entrance. I'll show you that in a minute on the trading platform if you can, with this golden cross fast incoming. So not many setups at the moment are in good positions, but this one might be. But of course, if Bitcoin heads lower now, it could invalidate and come back down here. But CFX, I was hoping it would come in today during this session, so we could just have that entered. But I'm looking to enter with the 50 here at around 847. So I'm still waiting for that trade. But H bar is flashing us some bearish signals. So this is H bar big picture, and if you look closely, there is a head and shoulders for sure. And let's now zoom in. So this is 1 hour setup, and it's a short premise based off of this death cross and a break of this head and shoulders neckline. And of course, because we have to acknowledge that Bitcoin is super bullish at the moment, and there's just going to be a lot of people looking to get in the market. And as long as there's no bad news, then that context isn't going to change. The money flow is shifting in a more positive way. So, I wouldn't suggest you should be entering a short trade here and looking to just for it to come all the way back down here. I don't think that's going to happen anymore. What I do think, though, is that if we can get the price action to come back up here, then this is a nice little trade to a little range to trade. So I'm just going to put this on, because if we're not quite there yet, I want to come in at about 20152. So I'm just going to put that trade on. I've got it all set up for this, because I'd like it if we could just wick up while we're doing it. But so yeah, we're coming in, just check on my levels. Yeah, 20152. Really straightforward little range trade. Let's put that on, and let's see if we can get that filled before the session. But I'm not sure before the session ends, but I don't think we're going to. But it's a little short trade. There is a few opportunities for people at the moment, but you need to be extremely cautious. And even though you're going to see a chart which has maybe some TA which supports a short trade, remember, the river is flowing long at the moment in the entire market. Not like super fast. It's just shifted. It is shifting, and it has shifted since April. So you don't want to be jumping in thinking everything's going to be bearish again. So it's very kind of short term. Take your profits, and because this may just H bar will most likely continue on its way. And if you look at this perspective, this makes sense for it to come down maybe to here and then just bounce. So won't be too, but if you're thinking of shorting, you want something to trade with a bit of confluence, this would be it. But definitely come in at resistance. You don't want any ambiguity down here, because if the price action comes back up, at least then it'll most likely come back down to confirm the SR flip, and then it will give you an exit, hopefully before your stop loss is hit. But I mean, any thoughts on this setup? Any counter arguments? It's quite simple.
Yeah, for me, I
that is a very simple one.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like, for me, it's not a simple one for me, because I just feel like because if you just show that head and shoulders pattern, and you've mentioned that it can be invalidated, but when you can also draw diagonal lines from the very highest point to the second shoulder, and that will also be okay. So that is now busy breaking out to the side of that, and yeah, all right. So where's your entry?
Here, 20152.
Yeah, but you're right in the context of of Bitcoin going up over the longer term, not the longer term. Yeah, I don't know, man. For me, I would just stay away from that. For me, I don't see that as a good opportunity.
Yeah,
I don't like it. I don't like it because you've got that confirmed double, that head and shoulders pattern. You just broke below it, and now you're trading below that. Just a little break above that. I don't know if that would be enough for me to say, okay, and now I want to go long.
No, short trade. This is short trade.
Oh, a short trade. Sorry. Yeah, great trade. Fantastic.
Well, you know, listening, you're just supposed to sell in the range.
Sorry, I'm paying it.
It's
Even
Friday.
has the slider on the charts. It's with a green on the downside.
Yeah, all right, man. Sorry about that. I was focusing here on my trades. I've got open.
This is the sort of thing I would do. It's the sort of thing I would say. Like, huh? What? Yeah, it's great. Great. What?
Okay, now if you want a short, yeah, then I'm on board. Yeah, I agree with that. Well done.
Oh,
well
man.
spotted.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, so I mean that's where we are really. There's not much happening. I don't think anyone should be forcing trades. I think if you see these clean, kind of straightforward little opportunities, which you can manage the risk, you know, with some signals for sure, right? Because it's like when you see a death cross on, you know, the hourly, you know, people are going to see that and they're going to be cautious and they'll wait to maybe come in for a long trade here, right? So that allows that trade to play out, right? Because you don't. People are waiting for a break to enter for a long. If we don't see a break, the short will play out. That's the premise, really, essentially. But you know, target one for sure. It's only going to be the next few days to see if Bitcoin comes back down a bit. So if Walter's trade plays out with Bitcoin, that will help this trade. But obviously, I need it to come up a little bit first, and if it doesn't, well, whatever. You know, but this is the picture. It's a bit ambiguous. We need to wait and see. But I haven't really got anything else because this is the market. Everyone's there's Ethereum just sitting pretty. You know, everything else just waiting for a bit of an entrance. BNB again sitting at the 618.
You know, Ethereum is the underdog. Ethereum is going to be the underdog this cycle.
Yeah, I think unfortunately because of the issues with the world economy and almost the decoupling of altcoin movement from previous cycles. Yeah, but Ethereum for sure. I mean, look, Ethereum, is it going to become king? Will it take over from Bitcoin in terms of market cap? It's difficult to say. It's difficult to say. For sure. I think every couple of years I go back and forward between it. But you just can't, it's difficult to dethrone Bitcoin because of just the inherent and unique nature of it. But Ethereum certainly is a barometer for the rest of the market. And if Ethereum is putting in moves like this, then it shows that the market health is improving for sure. But yeah, there's some news about Ethereum this week. They're trying to improve security. They're trying to compete because it's very costly. It has been very costly to use Ethereum to send stuff. So I typically use
those costs are vastly reduced. It's now pennies if you make transactions in low peak periods, and even if you use Arbitrum network, if you send ETH on Arbitrum, like you're paying pennies, and you get that within seconds. So
yeah,
No, I don't want to be in the spotlight. Let me change that.
No, yeah. So
there we go.
Yeah, absolutely. The on-chain, the traffic has reduced significantly over the last few months, which has really helped with the fees of Ethereum. But I think that was just reminiscent of the stagnation, with a little bit of competitors are cheaper, right? Because, like, for example, if you're sending just a little bit of insight into moving money around, certain, like Coinbase as an example, only gives you ERC20 as a way of transferring like Tether, right? You can do, you know, so USDC, part of the Mika framework is better, but so yeah, there is an element in competition of the stagnation, but I think it's largely just because people haven't been investing, they haven't been trading in altcoins as much in any capacity, and I think as long as we see, you know, those fees increase, who wants that, right? But if we start seeing more usage, we're going to see those fees increasing. But yeah, I mean, do you think Walter, Ethereum could increase in market cap more than Bitcoin? Do you see that?
I don't think more than Bitcoin, but I do see it. I do see more cash, especially after this next cycle. I do see a lot more cash flowing into Ethereum because at the end of the day, a lot of DeFi functions take place on the Ethereum blockchain. And again, it's like when we're looking at the utility side of crypto, a lot of these finance money that is coming into the market, yes, Bitcoin is doing nice, but when it comes to actually making APYs and people are looking to stake their BTCs and and really do something with it rather than just leaving it stagnant in your wallet, Ethereum is where that happens. So in the long run, I do see Ethereum, like a lot of cash flowing into Ethereum, 100%. And also this whole fee issue again, it's not something, because like there are very efficient networks on the Ethereum, on the ERC network, like Arbitrum. They've done a really, really good job at reducing transaction fees, and a really good job at increasing transaction speed as well, where you can get something within seconds, right? And then there's like other chains popping up, like Bearer Chain, that are is looking to compete on a DeFi scale in the coming months ahead. We've got a few exciting things planned out. But yeah, so this is why for me, like, Bitcoin is not the exciting part for crypto. Bitcoin is just what people that know about the word crypto, that's what they know. But when it comes to the functionalities within a crypto space, within DeFi, within infra projects, within AI, Ethereum is where a lot of these projects are taking place.
So, I mean, this is good, actually. I'm glad to. So. Do you what would you say then? What is the competitor nipping at the heels of Ethereum? Then, who do you think is coming up to try and take over from the Queen? Right? Because
I've never heard that expression, nipping at the heels. That's a good one.
Yeah, Solana, of course. I mean,
yeah,
Solana has been. I mean, some would say Ripple. I'm not sure if you're one of those Ripple fanboys.
What if he said yes? Sure, yeah. What if he said?
Walter, sure, I love XRP.
I've met these Ripple guys, and I'm like, is Ripple paying you for this? It's like, no. Oh, this is becoming a cult now. But Ripple, I mean, I do see a future with Ripple, of course. Like, I mean, they're now trying to do some sort of deal with the UAE to process payments, which would be nice, of course. So Ripple is like one of the few protocols one of the few projects that's actually making serious moves when it comes to mass adaptation. But Solana, when it comes to money flowing on chain, Solana is also a big contender, especially with the whole meme coin cycle that happened this bull cycle. But Solana doesn't want to just be known for meme coins. They are looking to launch a few more exciting things. They do want to have the DeFi protocols. They do want to have farming functionalities for people to be able to make money from LPs and so on and so forth. So they don't want to stick to just meme coins, which is fantastic. So I do see Solana being a big contender with the ETH network over time.
Yeah, I mean, stability issues with Solana. I mean, are they trying to address some of these problems? Because I constantly have problems with Solana. It's fast, it's great, I love it, I use it. But
what kind of problems have you had?
I just have problems with 1 in 3 transactions fails. Right, I find no loss, but just 1 in 3.
That's because of insufficient funds, Paul. That's why.
Oh, that's where it's going wrong.
I was thinking about it, and then Jannie decided to say
it. I'm not doing it right. I'm pressing the wrong button.
You don't have enough gas, okay?
Yes, of course. Silly me. So, I mean, you're right about XRP. The problem is with XRP, because so I'm not a fanboy. I am very skeptical, simply because of just market, cap dynamics and what it needs to do and how much money there is in the world, etc., etc. But before all the lawsuits, I was using Santander. I've said this before on the stream. Had an app called OnePayFX, and as someone who's traveling the world, I use this to have to do efficient cross-border payments without having to wait for what is it? I can't remember the terms now. And it was great, but then the lawsuit hit. Right, the SEC came after XRP, and then they very quickly afterwards they got rid of the app. And it was terrible because it was such a great. I thought this is going to be the beginning of, when we got rid of checks and we had like faster payments in certain countries around the world. I thought it's going to be like that. So we no longer have to wait for these long waiting times to get money from a UK bank account into a US bank account. But then the lawsuit. So it would be nice to see a resumption perhaps of that rollout of the technology. And then at least, because I mean, I'm happy to. Use cases are important. And when you start seeing these financial instruments, not instruments, excuse me, but these use cases being rolled out with these companies, it makes sense, and it really legitimizes crypto as opposed to pay with this pay with, Domino's pizza token. Otherwise, you know what I mean? It's just it's got to have a use case. So it's going to be interesting which how things. So I'm not knocking XRP. I just, because of all of the volatility and the issues and the hesitation because of lawsuits. Right now, when you look at the price action, it's a bit all over the place. And we've talked about this before. It's a confusing picture. And until we start getting a bit of distance from all that pressure and that lawsuit, I think it'd be a bit different. But I mean, when people talk about Ripple going to 100,
it's still up. It's still up relative to where it was about 7 months. Because I remember, like, I stacked up a few more positions at 0.8 just before it broke above 1. And now it's comfortably been trading, because before, when XRP rallied above $1 was the hype price, right? When it rallied to $1, everyone's like, oh, it's going to break $1, and then it would come back down below 1. And then everyone's like, oh, it's not going to do anything. And then there was a lawsuit, and it was just like trading below 1 for a while. But like a few months ago, after it broke above 1 and it went to 2 and 3, it hasn't declined below 1. It's sort of like comfortably sitting between 2 and 3. So I mean, again, it's like, there's definitely, like, the whole lawsuit has been thrown out the window. That was all politics. Donald Trump has come in and saved the day with that. I'm sad, like a Trump fanboy now, but that was all politics, and now I do see them having like a sort of like a much better open pathway to adoption, and for them to actually target the UAE market is a very smart move, because UAE is super open to crypto adaptation in many different aspects.
Yeah, and that's the question, isn't it? It's like, after all of this it's been through, what is XRP's value? What's its true value? What's its real value? And it's difficult to, and that's why I kind of stay away from it. But I mean, it did 10x part of my portfolio last cycle, so I'm not complaining. So it's all fine. But
it's a good hold, I'd say. It's definitely a very good hold in the long run. But then, what are you, like, besides, for you, like the question you asked me earlier, like, what do you see as a contender to Ethereum right now?
I agree with you with Solana. I agree. I mean, look, you obviously delve a little bit deeper into that part of the space. But yeah, for sure. But it's gonna be very interesting, because the whole market is changing, and we're talking about use cases here, but we know that the most over the last year, the most prominent tokens which have been getting the attention are meme coins, completely retail sandbox, useless tokens. And is the space going to turn into a populist nightmare where everyone's got me, Jannie, you, we've all got our own tokens, and I mean, is that what it's going to be? And then when you ask yourself, is Solana going to take over Ethereum? Solana might just disappear, right? So it's difficult to predict, but I've just remembered, I just got one thing. Sorry, please carry on. No, please.
No, I was just gonna say, like, the whole meme stuff is people are losing confidence in it. There's been too many governments and highly reputable people that have gotten involved in the space, and unfortunately disappointed people that believe in the projects they launched. So, like Libra, for example, with the Portuguese government, was it not Portuguese? I forgot the name of the government somewhere in Europe. So that was a big rug. The Trump coin fiasco, that was another one. So I think, like, over time, people have sort of, like, they're losing confidence in the whole meme coin. But there is, like, there's like this deeper layer with meme coins, the integration with AI, even like the whole sort of like AI agent scene as well, where these AI agents are able to have a whole personality, they're able to have a whole functionality online, and transfer funds, and now, like, there's now this integration with AI agents and DeFi, where an AI agent is going to be able to make investments for you, send money, make transactions on your behalf, curate an investment strategy for you. So this is where, and a lot of these things are now happening on Solana. So that, for me, is like where I see a lot of focus and attention going to, if Solana is going to compete with Ethereum, is going to be with the old AI agent integration with DeFi side of things. So that's where something exciting. But the whole meme coin, I think people are definitely, people are losing faith in meme coins. There's less liquidity in it now than there was like 3 months ago.
I never had faith. I got nothing to lose. But look, honestly, Walter, we gotta get you on a podcast. We gotta talk about this more, because you've got a great source of knowledge here, and we put me and you together, and we might be able to provide some decent answers for people. But yes, Walter is with us. Robert, hi to see you. It's great to see you. Yes, Robert's with us.
Nice to see you.
Very blessed. But let me just pop it. I forgot to say something about Bitcoin. I tried to do it yesterday. But let's just have a quick look, and then I'll pass it back, and then I'll be done. Is that all right, guys?
Yeah.
Just I don't feel comfortable when we're like, I don't know what Bitcoin's going to do, and then that's what I'm saying at the end of the day. I don't want to do that. So let me find the chart, the singular chart. Right. So this is Bitcoin 6 hour. Really straightforward. This was the 12-hour chart. I've just brought it down a little bit. And if you zoom in, we do have a little bull pennant of sorts, which we are in on this. Now, with support by the 50. So when you look at stuff like this and you think, can it come up here? The answer is yes. And of course, this is the problem when we're dealing with, well, we're up here, we're right above resistance. That's not where you long anything. You need it to come back down, sure. But when we're approaching with all-time highs, the game changes, right? For sure. So we definitely want, we would want a pullback to 100, if anything, just for Walter, for your trade to play out, and for my other trade to play out as well. But you can see how easy.
Out, by the way.
What you say?
I got stopped out. I'm out of that short trade.
Oh man. Okay. Well, this is the problem, right? This is the issue.
I'm not sad. I'm not sad. That it was just.
I'm sad. I'm sad for you.
I was like, long is gonna be better, but this looks like it could go down to that low. If it does, I want to get it. If it doesn't, it's not the end of the world. But right now, it's just like really, really choppy around the highs and lows. But sorry, carry on.
Yeah, I mean, we could see this, right? We could see this, right? I mean, the possibilities at the moment are a bit, but that's just, if you want a bullish context, you want some kind of line in the sand. We have a breakout of a bull pennant right below resistance. Are you going to be able to trade that? Well, I'm not going to, but if there's some traders out there who are looking for something a little bit dangerous for the weekend, that might be the trade. Just be careful, tight stops, please, everybody.
But no, you'll have much more fun at the casino, right? You can have a drink and all that kind of stuff. I would recommend trading a crappy setup.
Can you guys imagine, right? You're in Las Vegas, you walk in, right? It's 2027, right? Maybe 2028, and you got the slots, and then there's just a laptop with TradingView and Bitcoin.
What then? You're getting into a swing trade?
No, it's just like
at the casino.
These are the best odds.
And then you're forgetting like the bit of whiskey as well on the side. It's like,
just
the music, the lights,
a few cushions, someone waiting to hug you, a whiskey, and just a open Bitcoin chart.
Yeah.
Make your bet.
Take your bet. Oh my goodness. You make it sound so, but it's like, to me, honestly, trading falls into the category of poker, right? Because of that element of uncertainty, you never know what's going to be that card on the river. You just don't know. You can have a good hand, and then you're going to bet accordingly, and anything can go wrong, right? Trading is the same, but it's also the same. Like when you have a bad hand, what do? You fold. You just fold, right? This is the same with trading. Yeah. You don't even participate if you have a bad hand. Like if you look at the charts, you're like, no, this is a bad hand. I'm not getting it. I'm not placing any bets here. There's actually a lot of similarities.
You can also never be overconfident on a good hand. I remember like a game in Dubai. My best friend, he thought he had the best hand on the table. He went all in against another guy. He thought there's no way he has a better hand than me, and that guy had a full house. He got wiped from that all in. So it's no matter how good a hand you think you have, no matter how great a setup you think you're looking at,
there's always that element of the unknown, right? The uncertainty. Yeah. We're not dealing with a science here. It's very different. Sorry. What did you say, Paul, was XRP doing? You're not even looking at XRP right now, are you?
Let's take a look. I had a long and a short setup, but they were very, very short term because of the ambiguity in the market. Let's just have a look. See if I've got it open, if I can even distinguish it amongst this tab conclave of sorts. Right, let's have a look. Load up XRP. What we're looking at. Why don't we just look at a blank chart, right? Let's not bias ourselves going into it. Let's just have a look. A really straightforward chart. This is XRP, big picture. Let's make it even bigger. Let's go to the daily. So yeah, we identified this inverse head and shoulders, and it was an ambiguous range, and there's some potential short setups which you see here kind of started to play out, but then when that was playing out, the market recovered. So this was a bear trap, and now we're back in this area, and we've retaken this zone. So let's just put that here. Oh, hello. Let's just put that here. Oh my lord! Seriously, come on. Okay. Yeah. So it's all over the place. But you're right. It's holding its own for sure. I mean, do you guys see anything here particularly standing out?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a downward channel.
It's ugly. That's what stands out.
And it's broken out of
Yeah,
that.
you've broken out of it, but you also that previous resistance area. It's like, I don't know where you are on. Yeah, you see, that's a very strong resistance area. You've got a couple of touching points there, right? Like not exactly at that line, but you've got like 1, 2, 3, 4. This is now the 5th time it's touching that, or getting close to that upper horizontal line you've got there, right? So, but in terms of bias, this is not something I would look at. I just wouldn't look at this. Like I feel like this is like this is how I feel about the pound US dollar right now. Like not interested.
Ripple is long. You know, guys, it's going up. It's gonna get to like $500. You're just gonna buy. Doesn't matter when.
500.
Doesn't just buy. Well, I don't know much about Ripple.
This is the chart. Look, these are the charts you want to pay attention to, right? When this is total 3 versus Bitcoin, right? And you know, everything will go when this starts moving around, okay, for sure. And it's already started a little bit. I can't find my other total chart, but it's already kind of started. This is total 3. We've broken out. We've got some bullish moves, and you know, XRP will do the same if the rest of the market does. But there is a nice entrance. So if you are looking for an XRP entrance, you could possibly come down here. You know, this is an interesting with the 50 and the 200. You don't want it to cross, of course, but this would be a nice place to come into, right? If this represents the primary trend, then this would be quite nice. So yeah, long trade for sure, but you know, we're not going to short anything right now. But yeah, it's looking good actually for XRP. You know, coming down to this range. Yeah.
Oh,
So
Robert
yeah,
says
go
his
back to
pound
Bitcoin.
US dollar
You can
is doing
see-
well. Sorry,
Paul, if you go
No.
back to Bitcoin, you can see
Oh, yeah.
it's just giving me the middle finger.
Sorry, what did you say about Bitcoin?
If you just load it up, it's just giving me a massive middle finger right now.
Let me find the shorter
Stop-
time frame for you.
Yeah, stop me out. And then
Where's my
start it.
15?
Yeah, there we go.
I've lost my 15. Where is it?
Type it
There
on
it
the
is.
keyboard. Just type 15.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it is going high. Yeah.
No, it's
High,
come
high.
back into the range. It's now.
Hi. It's in that range. It's still in that broader
Yeah.
range. Like, yeah, it's always like when you're in those ranges, they always, for me anyway, they're quite dangerous setups.
Yeah, it does.
You either want
yeah.
to take it right at the top or right at the bottom.
Yeah,
But in the
exactly
middle,
like
it's like,
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
the thing. I thought I got it right at the top because it was there was like the internal highs, those equal highs that were created in London. That's where I was aiming for, and that's where my entry was. But then there was always the risk of the market taking out the external high, which is just taken out now, and traded into the range. So yeah, that's always the risk with trading, especially when it comes to tight ranges with BTC. Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of part of the game.
Yeah, and which is part of the whole conversation about knowing when and when not to trade, and or rather knowing that you're in a ambiguous potential week, you're having an ambiguous week, and that you need to adjust your strategy accordingly, right? And you need to be aware that, as you said, like, okay, I'm going to try and capitalize on this direction, but I'm you know, it might be a coin toss for sure, right? And I'm happy with that, and I'm making my strategy work because of that, and that's okay. But if you go into the market thinking, I want to load up on Bitcoin because I think it's going to the moon, then you're not going to come in at the right point, and you're not going to be trading correctly because you haven't properly assessed that this probably isn't the week to do it, right? And it goes back to the simple thing, like buy red, right? Sell green.
Always.
Simple.
Yeah.
And if you can't get that kind of traffic light to work, and it's just stuck on orange, then you just need to wait.
Yeah.
It is very different though for people holding Bitcoin. 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 If you hold it, if you no, definitely not.
You don't know
like,
how many times I write on my
King
chart
Kong,
when I'm doing
like King
charts.
Kong.
I'll write Bitcoin and Bitcoin instead. I've done it like 6 times this week. I'm like, that kind of fits.
Yeah, that's actually a very good kind of. You need to put it in the tags of the videos because you know, like in the tags, even though they say it doesn't really help a lot, but it's usually helpful when people misspell words, and then they can pick it up.
Batcoin, Bitcoin.
Batcoin, like King Kong, just Batcoin. No, I don't even know what I wanted to say. Oh yeah, if you invest in Bitcoin for the much longer term, then that's the only time when it makes sense to just buy on dips, right? Like that's how long-term investors do it anyway. So like when the NASDAQ dropped that 25% or whatever it was, they just buy more, right? That's a very long-term strategy. So people with the view on, you know, and firmly believe that Bitcoin is probably going to end up at the $1 million mark, then it makes perfect sense to buy dips, right? If it crashes or if it drops from the highs back to the 70s, well, that's a great place to buy more if you're a long-term investor. But but this is very different. We're trading, we're not investing. Those are two completely different disciplines, you know. Yeah. So for the trading, if you want to like be in a swing trade for a few days, even a couple of weeks and so on, it's really important to get your timing right, because we typically trade with leverage, don't we? Whereas like if you just convert currency to Bitcoin, it's not with no leverage. You're just investing for the longer term. That's very, very different.
Yeah, and it's the thing is, so you know, in a bear market, I'm leveraging that bad boy up, right? And my most successful trades have been in a bear market, right? Because it's easy to trade fear, and then you come out of that cycle, and then I'm in investment mode, and I'm thinking about long-term holds, because that's the easiest and most simplest way to make money, by planting seeds in the summer of, you know, in late 2023 or the summer of 2024, and then that's what you do. And then when we have these ambiguous market seasons of the last few months, then again it's back into these smaller time trades, and with a bit of leverage to make up for the, because obviously when you've got a lot of ambiguity, you offset your risk by trying to capitalize on smaller moves, and obviously you make up for that. You add extra risk by having leverage. But then there's a time which is coming where I just can't be bothered to keep buying bull flags, breakouts, when I could just buy the bottom and just go and sleep for 3 months, right? So, I mean, and you just have to adapt. So there'll be times where I'm trading a couple of times a week, right? And then there'll be periods of months where I'm just watching my assets increase in percentage, and I'm fine. I'm having a great time. So adapting is key for sure.
I fully agree with that.
You do both. Like there's like the trading side of things where you have your trading accounts, you're looking to grow that short term. And there's the investing. For me, I know that I'm not a very good holder, so I get my girlfriend to do it. You know, like even when SPX dropped, I was like, hey babe, just buy some ETFs on this and just have a portfolio. And the timing couldn't have been any better because it went up like 25% after that. So I tell her to do it because I don't know, women are the best when it comes to building an investment basket, not men. Like we're too risk take. Like for me, trading is my realm. I stick with what I'm good at. But when it comes to even with crypto, like I tell her to buy the cryptos and put it in the wallet. And I was like, buy more. Like told her to buy more Ripple when it was like just below 0.8, and she bought more. And she's very good at just buying and keeping it and storing it and forgetting about it, and I tell her to buy it on my behalf.
I did not know you could use your girlfriend like that. I didn't know.
Yeah,
that.
they're not just there to make your sandwiches, Paul.
What else are they for? I mean, if that's not a purpose, then what else is the reason?
I just,
one,
you know,
you know?
I'm on a first date. I really like the person. Excuse me, I'm sorry. So I know what your favorite color is, but are you only good at managing portfolios? I mean,
yeah. Well, you know,
because I'm
don't have
lazy
to-
and I got stuff to do.
All right, guys, but that brings us to the end of the session. Walter, it was really great to see you again. Paul, always great to see
I really
you.
love the session with you guys. Yeah, it was really nice.
We would love
Maybe
to
I
have
should
you.
start doing session 2s, but it's so late. It's so late for me most of the time, man.
Yeah.
But I think maybe one of these sessions once a week would be nice.
Yeah,
That'd be
we
great.
agree.
That'd be great. Yeah. But Lola, nice to see you. Robert, Lola, everybody else watching, thanks for watching. The next session starts in half an hour from now from us. Have a great weekend. And yeah, Walter, Paul, have a great weekend, guys. I'll see you, definitely you, Paul, next week. Walter, all the best, guys.
Take care for now.
Cheers.
Have a great weekend,
Bye-bye.
guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Michael,
Hey,
how
what's
are
up,
you?
dude?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
Oh man, on top of the world today. Happy Friday.
I'm assuming good trades.
You know how it goes.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear. That's what I want to hear. We're
Yes,
just waiting
sir.
for Aymane. The moment he pops in, we will get the show on the road. I didn't trade at all today. Sadly, didn't have any time
More
to catch
podcast.
anything. Yeah, but it's all good. It's all good. I didn't expect to be trading today anyway.
Right.
But I'm having a look at the market now. I'm kind of glad I didn't trade it. It looked choppy,
Yeah.
really choppy. So I'm sure Aymane's probably made a killing. This is perfect for him.
I was gonna say, as long as, and it's a good thing that it happened today, because the Fridays. I don't think Aymane probably took any trades. He don't normally play about that Friday.
No, he doesn't, does he? Well, we will find out. How was your trade? Which instrument did you take?
I took crude oil today.
Crude oil. Okay, very interesting.
Yeah. It's actually.
Nice.
I don't know if you remember, but at the end of the session yesterday, I was saying, "Oh, this looks like this might possibly set up tomorrow."
Yeah.
So I set the alert, and then this morning I seen that my alert went off. I'm like, that thing just ended up going.
Yeah.
There he is. What's up, Aymane?
How you doing, Aymane?
Hello, hello.
Hey.
Mike,
We were
awesome.
We were just saying, I didn't trade today, but I had a look at the market just now. Really choppy. So I'm assuming you made a killing today, Aymane.
I didn't trade today. But yeah, it was. I checked also like a couple of minutes ago, and I saw like similar setup like yesterday and the day before.
Yeah.
Exactly similar. I
Nice.
think we had today this Michigan something that's on the Forex factory. It's I forgot to say it yesterday. I want to tell you, be careful about the Michigan because it's red folder.
Yeah.
But I forgot.
Yeah. I'm looking at the candle. It came out. It doesn't look too bad, but it did whip quite a bit. So, but yeah, I mean, very choppy market. It looked. I'm glad I didn't actually trade because I think annoyingly,
they are like synonymous. They go hand in hand. You see,
annoyingly, I spotted a trade. I mean, I spotted it too late. What time was this? Literally 15 minutes before this live session. I've literally just seen a trade, but it's too late to take it. In fact, let me just quickly show it because it's only going to take a couple of minutes. And then I hear Michael took a really good trade, so on crude oil. So we'll check out Michael's trade afterwards.
Yeah.
So I literally just started analyzing the market, and now on days when it's really choppy, like extremely choppy, I like to use I still use the volume profile, but I like to draw out the legs on the volume profile, just because the daily volume profile can get messy and it can be a little bit not as accurate, right? So I drew out this leg just here, this massive push up, clear gap in volume right there, and we obviously were trending up on the short term, and you could just see the market dipped in about 15 minutes ago, perfectly touched it, perfect opportunity to buy, at least back to the highs again, so you would have already hit your take profit, or this high here, which would have pretty much been hit right now. In terms of targeting it higher up, God knows. But a real quick scalp would have been nice on the footprint. Where did it dip in? It dipped in literally 11 minutes before we started. I got into the studio about 3-4 minutes before starting and looked at the market. So that's annoying. I could have taken that, but never mind. On the footprint, I don't see anything really here that gives me much confluence, but again, I can't see the actual, live, like it actually updating live. So maybe you would have seen some absorption, something to indicate that buyers are coming in. But yeah, it would have been a really nice trade. What can you do? Sometimes timing is just cruel, but it is what it is. Maybe there'll be another one if there's a pullback, another
and
gap.
at least you didn't lose any money. That's the most important part.
No,
Yeah.
exactly.
Sometimes like finishing at zero or don't trade, like it's a profitable day, because especially when you see like this choppy market, and to be honest, you don't know if you will be entering maybe before and you get chopped out in this
Right.
and this and this range. So definitely like zero in PNL for the day, it's a win. And especially with the price we saw this last 3 days, like definitely it's a win. And as I said yesterday, we will see more this price action like come into the summer. We will see this price action. So yeah,
absolutely,
for sure. Yeah, especially following the trading plan, not forcing any trades, especially on a Friday. That could have went the total opposite, and you could have been down. Like, I got in the studio late. I saw this setup 15 minutes before. You know, I figured I'd hurry up and jump in, and it didn't work out well. So.
Yeah, hindsight as well, isn't it? Hindsight for a trader is the worst thing. If you could have one superpower as a trader, I would say be able to know what will happen even a minute into the future. And
So funny enough, right, there's this movie. It has Nicolas Cage in it. It's called Next, N-E-X-T. He has something like that. Like, he can see into the future for like 1, maybe 2 minutes or something. I was like, that's actually enough to be a profitable trader.
Honestly, think about it. You know, you just sit and wait. That's massive candle. You know it's going to happen in, out, done, and do that a few times a day.
That's more than enough to become George Soros.
Bigger than George Soros.
We can trade the 1 second tick chart, right?
like yesterday, like the 1 second in respect perfect.
Yep, you be in there after that.
That would be great. That would be great. But if Michael, if you want to jump in, let's have a look at this crude oil. I'm curious.
Yeah. So if you guys remember yesterday at the very end of the session, pretty much I kind of pointed this out, and I was like, oh, this looks kind of close, like it might potentially set up. So I set the alert. I set the alert in front of everybody too. And I said I want to know about this when it gets here, right? And then this morning I get up, I saw my phone, and I saw my alert went off. It was this candle because I had the alert set for right here. So I told myself, I'm like, dang, it probably went without me. I'm like, well, whatever. You know, I was asleep. There's no way that I would have been up, for that. Then I looked at the charts and I saw that it was down here. I'm like, oh, it did not leave just yet. So let me hone into this. So what happened was I came to the charts, and as you guys can see, so funny enough, this is what I call a variation to the theme, right? So if you guys remember, GN is what I took earlier this week, right? This looks the exact same. As I always say, once the 5,200 crosses here, we're looking for W's. This doesn't count again. Market based on above the static. We got the beautiful W pattern here, right? So same exact setup. Level 2, W off the 200 on crude oil, right? Now, the only difference is that was an actual W. And I think I mentioned to you guys before that sometimes it looks a little bit different, right? So this is the actual W when both legs come to the same point, like right here, and retest it. But this one is a little bit quasi, right? So it'll come like this and close above here. Oops, I'm gonna do that. Right, so this one's a little bit different. This is technically still a pattern, but it's not a W. It's what I call a half a bat, right? It's just this leg is more than 7 to 10 pips from the first leg. So you can't take this trade until it closes above this area here, right?
Right.
Which it did, right? So delete both of these. So this technically wasn't a W off of 200. It was that half a bat. Reason being is, as I just mentioned, we got the W, but price didn't come down here like this, right? It just kind of faded back. Right, so we just had this move like this. And You see what I'm saying? So I'm expecting that move to happen that way.
Right.
In addition to that, we had the market baseline go below the static for the reload. You can see even right here, it's still like tilting up. Like this thing wants to continue to come back up this way. So yeah, I came in, I seen this move. I was like, oh, this is it. I was on Zoom. I had my whole group in this. And I'm like, wait. Now we had 10 o'clock news this morning. 10 Eastern news. So I said, I'm like, we gotta wait. We can't take the trade, until after the news passes. Because what could happen is it could have went like this, right? Went up, it kind of would have closed up here, and you would have been like, if you would have jumped in here, this could have easily came back down and then went up during news, right? So like that if-then scenario, just to be careful. And today's Friday, right? Just be mindful of this move. So, and I remember I took this one trade with you guys as well one day where I mentioned this trap pattern, right? So we got here, if you look at this green candle here, this is a little wicks at the bottom, but it comes up close above the 13 and the 50. This very next candle closes below the 50, right? And then the candle after that, not closed, but wicks below the 13 and closes above the 50 and above these two prices right here.
Right.
This area here, right? Once this happens, this trade was good to go at this point. The only thing was, as I mentioned, the news. You would have wanted to take this right here, which you couldn't have technically, right? Yeah. So what happened was we had to just waited this out. It still didn't go anywhere. News comes in right here at 10. It goes all the way down, and we're like, oh, that might have been somebody probably would have grabbed this, but you just wanted to wait on this, right? So as soon as it closed and it closes, this closed above all of this as well. Bang! I'm in here right now. As soon as this candle closed, I took this trade, right? So following the process to the T, waiting for news, I put my stop pretty safe too because I didn't. You could have put it here below these wicks, but I didn't do that. I put mine all the way down here. I had to. I'm not going to give the profits I made back this week, so I want to be very careful about that. And then obviously the first bounce point is this 800 EMA right here, right? So as soon as price touched this 800 EMA, I moved my stops to break even, took off a quarter, and I got the rest of it just riding. So we actually in here not too bad. Yeah, so I got my stops, as you can see, at plus a little bit. So this one's +2, and then this one's +2 as well. So 50 to 52, 67 to 69. Yeah, not too bad at all in this particular setup. Obviously, it's not going right now, and I expect it to have trouble at this area, right? Like that's just how it goes. Now, as I mentioned the other day on GN, what I don't want to do is close this trade though, because this could easily just play around in this area, right? Because they got traders trapped right here, right? Where you got traders with pending orders going long right here. And it's no coincidence that it's just one little wick above that and that's it. They collected more contracts, playing with them right now. Some of those traders right now saying, man, should I just close this trade? Or, whatever the case may be. So you don't want to close this yet, though, because this could easily just come right back up here, close above this 800, and then take off, right? Yeah. And you're sitting there looking crazy like, man, I knew I shouldn't have closed that trade. And when I say they're masters at this, absolute masters at this, right? So just knowing that, having that extra little piece of information is always good. But again, it's Friday. Technically, I wasn't really supposed to take any trades. I don't like to take trades on Friday. It's not a hard rule that I don't. I just don't like to. I'm always very, I say apprehensive on Fridays and Mondays because for me, I think those are like trap moves. Yeah, like they trap traders on Mondays and Fridays, and they're running in the trend Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So you don't want to get jammed up, on a Friday or something like this. So. I did put my full position on this though, because again, this is a pristine setup. So I was pretty confident that this would at least get to this point, so I can make it be a break even, and that was really it. So not too much on it. And then something else that I want to kind of point out too was the fact that if you look at this, right? If I hover over this, it says I'm risking $1 to make 87 cents. It's like, whoa, isn't that R to R backwards? Yes, it is, right? The thing is, as long as my first bounce area, which would be here, as long as it's half, then I'm fine with that, which is, you see, it's at 0.72. Now, this wouldn't be my actual target. Of course, my full target is all the way up here, right? At the full 1-for-1. It's just that I have to account for the fact that this will bounce. It can easily bounce off of here and just come back. So I want to move my stop to break even right at this price. And before I even get in the trade, once again, this needs to be at least halfway there. So, yeah. Do I think it's going to come all the way up here in the next 2 hours? Probably not. but it might not. It moves kind of fast sometimes, weirdly enough. Like even this candle here, this candle literally was all the way down here, I say, with like 7 minutes left. And then in the last 7 minutes, it came all the way up here and closed above all of this price. So you can never count crude oil out. Like crude oil, gold, obviously Bitcoin. I think those are like the fastest moving assets to me. Like they move super quick. Sometimes US 30, NASDAQ 100, S&P, as you guys know, I'll say those are like the second 3 fastest, but this is definitely one of the at the very top. This thing can move so quick. I mean, you looking at it, you down, you come back, you walk away, come back, and it's all the way in your favor or against you. So I always want to be really careful with this one, but yeah, this was all I really took today. And I just wanted to point out, right? Like I'm sure you guys can see that this move, yeah, it doesn't make the full M. That's why I mentioned this is a half a bat, but let me take this off too. Oh, whoops. What did I just do? Hold on, me. I think I just took my off on accident. Yeah, I did. Okay. All right, let me just put it back. So I'm sure you guys will agree that this move, again, it didn't come all the way down here. It's not a W off the 200, it's more a half a bat off the 200. I just say it's the W to not confuse anybody, but this move looks just like GN. Right? Like these are the same 2 moves. Right? Entry candle is right here. It's the same exact.
What you call it, Michael? Half bat? A half bat?
Yeah, half a bat. Like, I'll type it out. Half
like not a clear W, like just half.
Yep, it's like half of it. So I'll be honest, my mentor made that name up and it just kind of stuck. Like I just always said it.
Okay.
The idea of it was he said something like it looks like if Batman had, like if this is Batman, right? Like the point on his helmet, I guess. Like Batman got those
I get it now.
Yeah, so now
I was wondering. I was trying to figure it out. I was like, what could he mean?
So this is just a half of that.
Okay.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah. You know, us traders will come up with any crazy name in the world to name a pattern or a setup or a trade, right? Like,
I think that takes a special talent. Like, if I had to name it, I would call it like a half an M, like something really crap. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You guys come up with some next level stuff. Mona Lisa, half a bat.
Mona Lisa. This one is the best.
That was the
Mona
best.
Lisa.
Yeah.
Mona Lisa. I love that one.
If you look at this, you can see this the first ear with this. There's no real second ear, so it's just like half a Batman, like right, half a Batman. So yeah, it just stuck ever since then. Half a Batman.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, those 2 setups look identical, and this is what I mean when I always say, like, obviously I trade a lot of different, as you guys can see here, like a lot of different assets. But as long as one of my 5 patterns or 5 setups will occur across any of these, I'll take it. As long as it confirms, it's a confirmed move, because obviously they don't always work, but this is a solid, strong pattern. And I literally I was up at break even in less than an hour on this trade, right? And the only reason I want to say that it's really having trouble right here, right now, is because it's 800 EMAs right here. If it wasn't, if it was like further up, this might already hit TP, right? And let's say it wasn't Friday. But yeah, this was all I had for today. You guys know I'm kind of sitting back on GU and GN until it kind of does its thing, right? I still kind of got this over here, the move we was kind of looking for, right? Which again, it never did this. So this is ugly altogether. This is super ugly. In fact, I'm gonna delete all of this. Yeah, this is so ugly that it makes no sense actually. And what you can't do is how this 5200 crossed back up to the upside here. This doesn't make this clear anymore. Like it's, and if you look at these EMAs, it's kind of just going sideways. This is really, really ugly. If anything, I'll be looking for the next move to come down here, bounce off that, and then come down. And I would take this move here. But I wouldn't want to take this. This is ugly. This could easily just go back this way or something, right? Like this got way too much going on right now. I wouldn't touch GU for a minute. This is just big no. Big no. Even on a 4-hour chart, I can always click this up for a little bit of clarity. Now this does look short still, right? Like we got some lower highs coming in here, but this is not good. I don't even like how this touched the 200. So this is still more short than long, but yeah, I would stay away from this for a second.
Nice.
I really don't like how these EMAs cross back up to the upside. When you take the M's, the 200 is above the 50, right? If you see this over here, the 50 is above the 200. This is backwards, so it can't be like that. Now it look like these two are attempting to cross again, right? So maybe we might have some action off these two, right? Then maybe you can have some type of bounce like that. But yeah, the EMAs are crossed to the upside, so I don't want to touch that going short. It's like the opposite of what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And then GJ, I still left this on here too as well. GJ, as you can see, right here would have been the level 1 that we've been looking for. We got the 1350 cross, but as you see, price never came back up to touch the 50. It's now at the 200. So what that means is level 1 is over with, right? We only looking for level 2 right now. So if anything, I'll be looking for the 50 to 200 to cross, price to come down, and then make that going short, right? Somewhere over here. That move will be the next move here and here, right? But you can't touch level 1 now because price is already right here, and it's 5,200 about to cross. So that is dead in the water. So yeah, GJ and GU has been really, really funky lately, to say the least. I've been kind of just looking at it, but looking for greener pastures, so to speak. They have not been working out too much lately. Then I was looking at gold earlier today. Now gold was interesting because I don't like it when it how can I say this? These two are really saying two totally opposite stories right now. We got this 5,200 cross here. The next thing that we would be looking for, obviously, is this M off this 200 going back short. Market baseline has not been above the static. Even right now, it's just now getting to the static, right? So we would be looking for a move like this for the reload, right? But you would have to be careful with this move because price will need to close below this 800 EMA. And then at that point, the risk to reward might not make sense anymore. We have to see what it looks like. Oh, actually, it's not that bad. Even if we took it to this blue tracer here, you still at 1.5, so not bad. I'm gonna just put this on here and leave it for next week. But yeah, fellas, that was about it really for me. I just wanted to point out and just see if y'all really agree that like US
really
oil,
nice.
Yeah, crude oil right? Crude oil and GN look just alike.
Mm.
Right? It's the same exact setup. The only difference is, again, one is a W and the other one is the half a bat. But the pattern, the level, everything about this is the exact same. The exact same trade. It just looks slightly different. And it's when I always bring up variations to the theme, right? Like if they made it look like this, a perfect W off the 200 every time, everybody would catch that.
Yeah.
Or,
Mm-hmm.
you know, everybody will be all over it. So their job is to make it a little bit distorted and like try to confuse you just a little bit so it doesn't look the same. But that's why I always stress to everyone, and like especially the trader that I teach, is if you know what level you in, man, it's gonna make a world of a difference. Like y'all see, I'm really big with the EMAs crossing, whether it's a 1350 signifying I'm in level 1, or the 5200 signifying that I'm in level 2. Right? That's the landmark for me. Like soon as I see this, I know exactly what I'm looking for. As I mentioned, this one isn't it because the market baseline is above the static. In level 2, with the W's and the W and the M's off the 200, it has to have the reload. So the market baseline has to go below, which it did right here.
Yeah.
Right? Same exact thing on crude oil. Right? 5200 cross. As soon as I see price touch this 200 and I see this little outside the band structure here, I'm looking for this the move or the pattern off the 200 EMA. Whether it's long or short, it doesn't even really matter. I'm just looking for this because I know what's next in the cycle. As long as everything confirms, it should be good to go.
Yeah.
And that was really it, guys. I don't really have too much more. Look at this. It's kind of about to turn green. You see this? This is what I mean when I say you can't never just. And the reason I put this point right here too is because of this right here, right? Like when they broke past this level, because of this, let's say wick high, right? You almost would expect them to go no real further than this. That's why I got this alert saying, "Hey, it's coming back." And at that point, I will want to decide if I'm going to close this or not, because maybe things might have changed. You know, maybe we got something that just looks totally different now, and maybe it was a huge wick. I mean, a huge candle short with no wicks on either side. I don't want them to shift the zone back to the bottom, so I will make decisions at that point. But the market structure is there, like to the T. Like, there's no way that, like, why did they come right here? Because this is right here, right? And they bust past this, like this huge shift candle, this green candle. There's little to no wicks on this candle. A little bit at the bottom, a little bit at the top. But other than that, this candle was all body. They shift the zone out of here so fast as soon as the candle closed.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, that was pretty much it for me. And again, with the half a bats, how I always mention, it has to close above that other structure. So like right here, I'm gonna delete all of this. This was the structure right here. Once price closed above this was good. That completed the closing above this portion, not just the wick like some of these did, but actual full body close. And then once we got this, you know, this candlestick pattern above, below, above, close below, all of that, and then this one above all of that too. I mean, just gorgeous. This is nearly a textbook candlestick pattern trap move. This right here, this little area right here.
Yeah, really nice.
Right. Well, yeah, that's pretty much it. We'll see where this ends up at. I know we've been talking about this Bitcoin for a minute, but this thing's still
in it.
Yep.
Damn.
Well, I'm not anymore, but
right. Yeah.
I
almost there though. It's getting there.
Yeah, I left this on here just to see exactly where it would have been, but yeah, this thing is almost about to break out from these all-time highs. And once again, guys,
you know, that will be one of those trades, just because it's worked out so well. It'll be one of those trades where it will get 1 pip to your take profit and then reverse
and pull away. Right.
It will be one of those most annoying trades.
Yes. Yes. Now you can't really take these. I mean, I took this because again, it's Bitcoin and I had like a bias on it, but I just want to point out again, once again, 5,200 cross to the upside. 200 is below the 50. Bounce long, bounce long, bounce long. The pattern and the structure is there. This is like a nice piece of the puzzle to even see this. Right? Obviously, it's just a daily chart, so this would take forever. You being this again, we took this April 21st. We about to finish this trade for almost a month. Next week could be a month. It would have been the longest trade I've ever taken if I was still in this. Right, but yeah, I think that was it. I didn't really see anything else. The market's been a little. I feel like it's getting back to where it's starting to look really good, but at the same time, it's still like not perfect, really. Let me go to this 1 hour. One of my students called this out today. Yep. So here it is here. So she asked me, her thing was right about. She said we had to cross here, going to the upside, and then we had to cross here, going back to the downside, right? And I'm like, all right, so again, when the 200 is below the 50, it's to the upside. When the 200 is above the 50, this is to the downside. So how do you know you can't, like, why wouldn't you take this trade? Like, if this is a trade, for one, right, you have outside the band right here, right? So you know that that's the outside structure. You can't take that trade yet, right? What you're looking for is that second one to come up, retest the area, and then drop on the chart. And also on the TDI, remember, for the M's, you need the reload. The market baseline has not come above the static. You need the reload to happen before you can take this. So I was trying to explain to her, this is how you stay out of the bad trades. Like, because there's actually no reason to take this. This is not a setup. It's close. It looks like it could be if you close one eye, squint, and turn your head to the left or right? But looking at it purely, this is not it. They're trying to grab you and induce you into taking this trade. But as you see, that's why it's not really working out. Yeah, slowly coming back into it. I like to think. And again, especially with this GN trade, like, as I mentioned, EU. So this is 3 weeks in a row. Euro AUD was that first one, Aymane, if you remember. I'm sorry. Yeah, Euro AUD was the first one. Last week
Euro
USD. This week is GBP NZD. So 3 weeks in a row, my trade of the week, as I would say, nearly a picture perfect setup has occurred 3 weeks in a row. And it hasn't been doing that for quite some time, since April 2nd, when all the tariff stuff first came out. Right. So to me, it's kind of signifying that it's all of this stuff is starting to get priced in, and it's kind of coming back to its normal looking self in a way. So I'm pretty excited about the rest of the year. Because I was super excited about the beginning of the year, and then all this president stuff happened, and it's kind of pushing my goals back a little bit because the market's just so volatile. And then the tariff stuff come out, made it even worse. But now it looks like we're slowly coming out of that time in that area. So I'm pretty excited for like June and the rest of the year. Hopefully, we can get some good setups.
I think September the craziness will come back because I think like the US and China have 90 days to.
True.
Yeah. True. So the craziness will come back because
hopefully
I don't think
come to some agreement in that time. Because man, this is.
I don't think so that it will be an agreement. So, but we will see. Like 90 days. We will see. If I can share my screen, just.
Sure. Also, good morning to Robert as well. He says, "Good morning to the dream team."
Hey, what's up? What's up, Robert?
Good to see you again, Robert.
Yeah, can you?
Yeah,
can you hear me and see? Okay, perfect.
Oh, whoa! What's going on here? This is new.
Yeah, this is new. So I could just measure like what the NAS did this week. So
okay.
So like you can see, this is the Asian session, like the Sunday open. So we open with a gap of, let's say, 1.26, 1.26%. And from that night, we never saw this gap again. So we had this gap here. We didn't feel it. and we push on the Asian session. As you can see, push. We finished the day at 2.9%, and you can see that on the NY session open, if I remember well, on Monday. So we got a, let's say, a retracement on the at the open. So at the open, we got a retracement. Yeah, it was the open right here. We pushed back down, and then we took those lows and come back and close here. If you remember, Sam, I think we talked about this when the price was around, I think somewhere here, yeah. And we said like it will come check maybe those lows and then come back again here, and that's what it does. Like we took the highs just a little bit. Let's go to this. Was it Monday? Was it this price action or not? Yeah, it was Monday. We took this high just a little bit. You can see.
Yeah.
We took it just for a couple of points and then come back. So Tuesday, what we had Tuesday? Tuesday we had CPI. Let's go back to, we had CPI. So CPI open around, the market open around here. So overall we had a 2.08% up, and we had CPI around here. It was trendy day. We made around, let's check. Yeah. So we were around here. So CPI, this is the CPI candle, left wicks from both sides. The market open and we pushed directly, like no retracement, nothing. And the idea of me, and I think Sam also had this, like we had, Sam has a gap and I has a daily supply. So you had a gap right here and I had daily supply. And to be honest, we were waiting for a little bit of a retracement starting the week. But when I saw like there is a momentum, and I assume Sam also, like there is a momentum, so you cannot go against the momentum. So the plan changed a little bit. So yeah, we pushed up and we continue on the CPI, continue pushing up, and then the madness or the raging market start to happen. So I think Wednesday, sorry.
Just look at that price action. It's disgusting. And the last 2 days, just ugh. It makes you want to puke looking at that.
yeah. And especially like if we will see here Wednesday.
I remember that. That was when I was stuck in that whole damn thing. That was the most. I hated that.
It is a little bit, not a little bit, a lot choppy, but I can't complain.
You loved it. You were somehow guessing every high and low to the T.
I don't even know.
No. It's just we talked about this pattern just from both sides. Took this previous low, close green, took this previous high, close red, and come back again to it. So for me, when I see this, like it's more like it will be next, let's say 1-2 hours more choppy. So we will stay between this high and this wick here, and that's what happened. So definitely it was choppy. I think the only day that we had a good price action, it was Tuesday after CPI. So we had really a clean move to the upside of 2.8%. Later on Thursday, we had unemployment, and we got a little bit of choppiness for the first, I think, 2 hours, and then we got a move to the upside. I think couple of 2-3 hours, we had a little bit of choppiness, and then we got the push to the upside, and then came back again to the range. So today's price action was not terrible, like let's say Wednesday and Thursday. It was okay, not very, very choppy. So you can see here, if I switch to the 4 hour. So let's start with the daily. So with the daily, if I trade it today, I will be bullish, but I don't think that I will buy from lower time frame supply. You can see this is daily charts. Oops. So we took this previous week low with this here with this wick and close green, yes, and we left wicks from both sides, but still I will be buying. I'm not sure yet, but I will be buying somewhere here. The market's open at the top, so I will not buy at the top. Let's see. Yeah, the market's open around here, but the bias for the day for me, based on that daily candle that took the previous daily low, I would be more buying maybe from here and from here. So when the market's open, so we had a clear, let's say, a supply here. We took this previous week, the candle closed red, got the continuation, came back for the retest, supply zone. We repeat the same candlestick right here, took this previous week, closed red. Yes, it was showing that we are pre-market, we are failing to break. And on the pre-market, we still like we couldn't break this supply right here. Yeah, this is first sign that maybe we are not breaking on the 1 hour. When we check like the 30 minutes and 15 minutes, so you can see, if I can show the footprint chart, delta. So this was 5 minutes. Let's go to the 30 minutes. 30 minutes. And also, that's why I don't trade Friday. Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers on the delta. Like, I feel like there is I think maybe some algo or some big banks, they are buying on Monday and they have to exit on Friday.
So if you think about it, right, I believe that there's people trading options. They got the weekly expiration on the options.
Yeah,
but I don't know if the options would show on the footprint.
No, the options, no.
Also, the footprint will only show market orders. So the only way, so if people are exiting, that would be a market order if you're hitting exit. If it's a stop loss or a take profit, it will show as whoever bought into that. Does that make sense? Or whichever market order exchanged into it. So if I have like a stop loss, say I sold and my stop is a buy order, and
buy stop.
And it goes and it hits my stop, whichever seller hit a market order to exchange with me, it would appear on the footprint as a sell. Does that make sense? That's why it's a bit confusing sometimes, but
but by default, for example, if it hits your stop loss, by default, like it's someone is selling, because otherwise you cannot.
Exactly. So but it's obviously it matches the supply and demand, right? So you're seeing like the depth of market, even if there's like 400 pending orders, limit orders, if it clears it, there are enough market orders in that time. Probably they're called iceberg orders, so big institutions just buy it up. Do you know what I mean? Just absorb it all. Because most like very large banks or whatever, their biggest problem, it's not guessing where the market will go. It's actually entering the damn market. It's just liquidity is their issue. We're here trying to do technical analysis. They're looking at how we're gonna. All right, we want to place a massive order, but there's not enough people to transact with. They have a whole nother different
problem
issue.
But like for me, all those years using the delta, always, sometimes on Mondays also, but always on Fridays, there is different number. Like for me, when I see those, it's a little bit different number than the rest of the week, and especially like they're stacking together. It's just observation, so that's why I assume maybe
you're probably right. You're actually probably right. It's probably large institutions dumping their orders and essentially transacting with another few big players who are interested in buying at that moment, or selling or whatever, right? So
it's happened for me. The observation I made, it happened on Fridays, and also every day before markets close or at the or markets open. So at the end of the NY session, sometimes you can see like some big heavy orders, like we saw. I showed, I think yesterday, like big heavy order before the markets close, the NY session close. I think we had it, yeah, here. You see, so some big orders before the markets close, and then we got the Asian session here and push down. So for me, like, because I was using the volume profile, and there is one tool like called the value area, and it's like two lines, developing value area. I know, I don't know if you heard about it.
Yeah.
Like so, and sometimes like the start of the Asian session, I was drawing like this first, let's say, developing value area from Asian session, and they call it like there is a pressure when the session open. So this actually, for me, like, especially when I see the delta here, like it confirm a little bit that there is something at the end of the day, end of the NY session, at the close. You can see sometimes there is some big orders this here. So
they're dumping their orders, especially on a Friday. Absolutely. There's some institutions out there who are currently in the market. They're getting out the market, and someone, or it could be a collective of people, but most likely another big, they're basically just trading at a big level. You'll always find a buyer if you want to sell, and you'll always,
So today's price action was a little bit not that bad. It was okay. So we couldn't break this supply here on the pre-markets. So we tested once here, tested twice. We got a good reaction, like around 9. This is 9 a.m. closure right here, this candle. So first touch, and if you want to analyze the price, for me at least, this is how I analyze it. Like you can see the first touch, we had just small reaction. So for me, like at this point, I'm seeing like we are breaking this supply right here, especially after this candle. But after here, like we got bigger. Normally, the second touch, it should be less reaction. Normally the reaction on the second touch should be less. So first touch got this reaction. Second touch, we got bigger reaction. And then if I was trading here, for sure I will try to scalp around here. And when I check the delta, it was a really good sell from here after we take out the highs. So it was really nice sell from here. It was really nice sell coming back to the supply. So you can see, if you see this candle right here, like we took this previous week, closed red, and this also we took both of them and come back close red, but still holding the support. So definitely it was not that choppy. So yeah,
not for Aymane. I'm surprised Aymane doesn't micro scalp during high impact news. He can handle the chop.
No. This one, Sam. This one, no. This one I got like slapped by the market so many times. Like
too many times.
Yeah. Trading the red folder news, it's not consistent. Yes, you can be lucky sometimes. CPI, sometimes like the CPI candle or the NFP don't make any wick to the upside. If it's going down, it's not making any wick to the up. It's just straight away, like clean candle. But sometimes it goes both directions. It's not sustainable. It's not consistent.
That's
me,
good if it goes both directions. That's what you love, the chop. You're there on FOMC. You're like buy and sell in like split seconds.
No, for me, Sam, like, because I cannot see your faces, so I will stop and then I will chat again. So the thing, Sam, is I was trading and I was using, let's say, same pattern, same thing that I'm waiting all the time. So I was like, let's say, okay, profitable a little bit, break even, and then like I understood that you should have a strategy it's adapt to different, let's say, different market conditions.
Yeah.
Because you cannot use, let's say, trending strategy or following the momentum or volatility in those type of markets. And like when, especially like when we are like close to the summer, and I said that a lot of time, when we are like end of May, now June, July, like the markets, like the ATR is not all the time, but it's low, it's really low. So you have to adapt to it. And trading the range, of course, it's not, I'm not trading. If we are doing lives every day now, I think 2 months, I'm not trading the range, but when I see the pattern, it's gonna range. It's just within my strategy. And let's go back to see the delta.
It works out perfect for you. Like when some of these moves, I'm like, wait, what? How did you even catch that? Like when anytime, because if I'm short a trade or long, there would never ever be a day that I go short then go long in the same day. Never. That would never happen. So when I see you do it, it's like, what in the world?
I know. When I saw it, was it yesterday or the day before? I can't remember. But one day where you were just smashed it, like it was the most choppiest market. And you're like, you know, so you're like, what?
And you know, I should see your face also. You know, because I trade the same way like yesterday. I traded on Wednesday, but I didn't have the recording. So for me, like to say those things in live and you don't show any recording, most of people they will say no, you cannot take the buy. And then I said, okay, I should record myself today.
Absolutely.
Because it's a little bit tough, like to take buy and sell, but just there is two things. Or you know that it's choppy markets after 2 hours when we are breaking, and then you understand it's choppy. Or you should try to watch the price again and again, and you, let's say, understand some patterns that it could be choppy if this happened. It could be in the next 2 hours, next 15 minutes. And I'm not right all the time, but 70-80% of the time it's happened. And also,
I think that's all we saw was at 70-80% then.
Huh?
Maybe that's all we saw. Maybe we caught you on that 70-80% then, because it looked like you'd be smashing it every time.
No.
You don't, you'd be like, oh, it got me at break even. Like, what? You even moved to break even at a great time. Like it's amazing.
No. You killed it.
It's sometimes you are in the zone, sometimes just I don't know, because maybe you agree, maybe not, but sometimes when I just don't feel that the trade is good, especially when I'm scalping, just I don't feel this is a good trade, or I go break even directly, or I exit. But sometimes it could get, as I said yesterday, like it could go bad, especially if you cannot control yourself. That's why scalping is tough. Like you can easily.
To be fair, all we saw was the screen recording. If we saw the webcam, it was probably on the phone to the market maker and be like, "Pump it now."
Like, no, I said I'm still in this trade. I'm still in the trade. Oh, okay. All right. Sorry about that, Mr. Aymane, sir. Sorry. Don't let it happen again.
Just a little bit, and also like
Jerome,
when
say tweet something. Mr. Trump, please tweet something now. Drop the market.
Yeah, but seriously, it's going good this last couple of weeks. Yes, but I had a really tough Q1. Like I was not here yet, but I have really tough Q1. Like nothing worked. I think I got a big loss on December, and I carried this with me to the starting of the year.
Yeah,
and it took me.
Sorry, you can always go to Turkey with all those big trading profits. Next month, Aymane will come with like a full, massive head of hair.
Like it's been going
really
great.
Bright
guys.
white teeth.
It's been going great.
Yeah. Yeah, but definitely. So what I was saying is like also why I don't trade Mondays, because sometimes like just the first first days of the week, like Monday, Tuesday, like the market like give you a sort of pattern how it will react like for the rest of the week. And you can see sometimes, like, and we talked about it a lot, like from Monday, let's say we are trending from Asian session and we are having continuation on the NY session. You can see that happen again, some maybe in Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So you get an idea sometimes about certain pattern. Yes, this Monday it was not the case, because you can see we jumped up, but it's more or less because we continue going up for all the week. But it's just Mondays and Fridays is a little bit 50-50. Don't like to trade them. Yeah.
Agreed. Agreed. As I always say, Monday, Friday trap move for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Robert asked you, Aymane, when you are scalping, do you change from market to limit orders depending on how the price action is?
Sorry, do I answer market or limit? When you are scalping, do you change from the market to limit orders depending? No, just market. Just market or orders, because I'm trading using the delta. So like what you saw yesterday, for example, we are reacting to certain cluster. To be honest, I don't trade like this 100% at that time at the open of the NY session. So I'm always like more reacting to the price, like not limit. If I want, let's say I want a cluster to see a reaction, I will enter market order. It's just much better. So I am sure I am in the trade, because also sometimes if you didn't pull the trigger at the right time and the trade went on 5 pip, 6 pip, I should not take the trade, because I miss already, let's say 25%, 50% of the move. Because but this is when I am micro scalping. I know, like some will say, all what you do is micro scalping, but micro scalping is just based on maybe a zone lower time frame and just 5-minute delta and just trade the absorption. So for this case, yes. The other cases like the A+ setup, this week I think I saw it one time and I didn't took it. The A+ setup that Michael liked, just a zone, comeback, retest, and continuation, but we didn't got those type of setup this week. So to answer your question, no, I just market order, fully market orders.
Yeah. Nice.
So yeah, I think, is there anything else? Let's go back to the delta to see those numbers.
Yeah, this candle is about to close. Let me share this really quick.
No problem.
On this crude oil trade. This candle is about to close in 2 minutes.
Close just the window.
Go for it. All right, you're on.
All right. I wanted to see. Oh, it's kind of pulling back now. Dang, they must have hurt me. I just want to see this close above this little bit here, because if it does,
above the dotted line or the high of that bullish.
The high of these two candles.
Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah, I want to see it close above both of those, because if it does, I mean, I'm not going to change anything, but if it does, it's going to give me that much more confidence that this thing is definitely still long.
Yeah.
Now, ideally, I want it to close above this 800, but yeah,
as long as
it closes above these two, that's right, Aymane. Send them that text message.
Aymane, we need your help. Who do you know in the oil industry?
Sure. No,
call up one of the sheikhs.
Yes.
So you want the price to go lower? Yes.
No, higher. Don't say lower. I want it higher. Aymane, do not stop me out, okay, bro?
Okay. I send a message. How many points? Like 10? Another.
Oh, how many more points do I need for this? I just need a nice little
0.5%. Okay.
Yeah, a little 33 more. That's easy. I'm not even asking too much.
Okay, perfect.
He's definitely about to close above this. And there it goes. See,
Beautiful.
now that just gives me that much more confidence that this is about to go. The next zone that I want to see it close above is right here. All right, let me see it close above this now. Now, of course, it might not get there in time because it's Friday. You know, it can do whatever it wants to do. But this is just, if I was like, even right now, right, I'm about to move my stop loss to above, to like right to this point now. So now I'm going to move my stops to, what is this, 6,200, right? I'm going to move both of these to 6,200 because I'm trailing it. If it comes back down to 6,200, you can have it. I don't even care to be in it anymore. I don't even know why I'm saying that, but I'm gonna move this to 6,200 too. Right? Like the main thing is
Michael is making money. Friday night.
Yeah.
That phone call did worked quick, Aymane.
It did.
Nicely now.
Because he got him on speed now. That's what it is. Hey, you know what? That sounds funny. Speed dial. Do people ever have people on speed dial nowadays in 2025?
I'll be honest, I've never used speed dial in my life.
That's crazy.
Like, had it back in the days, but it was one of those features. Like, I don't know. I just never saw the point in it.
Well, sorry guys, because I feel like I'm too young. What is speed dial? Is it some charts?
It used to be when you had the old school phones with the buttons. If you just like long pressed one button, like 1 or 2,
okay.
pre-call whoever you wanted. So like your friend or whatever. Quick way of dialing someone, but
kind of how like maybe how on an iPhone if you got the phone, the far left is the favorites. You can put like the people you call often. It's just right there, and I look for it. Anyway, that sounded funny when I said it out loud on speed dial. I'm like, what? Speed dial. It sounded like I just said rotary phone or something. Anyway, this would be the next, because these are so close, right? Like I would much rather just go ahead and close above this wick at this point. But yeah, we'll see. Not too much more on it. That's it though. I just wanted to show that really quick. And where we are on here. Did that just take me out? What just happened? What in the world just happened?
Did you put the stop loss, probably entered it wrong? You put it like a pip below where it was?
Just happened.
Maybe if you check the chart, maybe we went down. You should check the chart,
man.
What price did it get you out?
It looked like he got me out 61.99.
Go to the chart and check what 61.99. Maybe just misread the number.
What in the world? 61.99 is right here.
Huh. Ah, okay.
That
so
is
this
so
is
weird.
If you go to the actual chart on the platform, it's because different brokers and different have different price quotes. So if you're, especially for stuff like oil can vary massively. So what Ola Prime does is that we compare our prices with loads of benchmarks. So our prices are like, not like an average, but like more consistent with the overall market, whereas some brokers will have different pricing.
Oh my
and
God.
also you should check which oil, because there is two type of oils. There's the WTA and there is the
I don't even know what just happened. That is so crazy. That just pissed me off.
It was
that just pissed me off.
No. Maybe it's the market maker.
The market maker.
What in the world?
You asked too many favors.
No, because he will go down. That's why he said maybe, okay, it's your friend, let's take him out. At least he makes some profit.
That just happened. I can't believe that. I put this thing at 62. That's so strange. It's
probably a misquote in price. So, and like Aymane said, make sure it's the correct instrument, because like even if you look at like quoted prices for like Bitcoin, for example, they vary massively. Not so much on the currencies, but stuff like commodities and oil, it can vary quite a bit. So
I'm done for the day, man. They just pissed me off.
Yeah,
they just pissed me off.
Something to keep in mind.
What in the world?
But like it have to be something. Maybe it's just the WTI and the crude oil. Like it's for sure it's something.
Let me check
like
on.
this.
You had it at 62, right? So
yeah.
Let me check crude oil. Oh, I'm in the futures. What am I doing?
I didn't want to close it. I mean, I made money off of it, but still, I didn't want to close the damn thing.
All right, so
that is so lame. So I still made 1% off that trade, but still, like, I end up, in essence, I closed the trade an hour and 55 minutes early. If this continues to go,
no, it will come back. It will come back.
Yeah, so the prices are different depending on so many different brokers. So right now, it's on Black Bull, it's 61.9. So that's why you got, if it was 62, you would have got stopped out. Which broker was it? Forex.com, your one? You were getting the price from?
Yeah, this Forex.com.
Yeah, so they have different pricing. It's one of those things, especially with like oil, the prices vary massively. So always make sure whichever platform you're using, what their price is, and then like the way I do it, because I use the futures and then execute a lot of time on CFDs, and the price is different. I just look at the price action, right? So I look, okay, my stop is like on the just below that wick. I would then just draw it below that wick. Do you know what I mean? Rather than do it through the number.
It's one of those times, right? It still technically was, let me see, that win was still 107 and 163. So that's more than 250. What is that? Let me see. 107 plus 163. So it's 270, which obviously 1% on the 25K account is still 250. So it's still a 1% gain on the account. But still, if this thing continues to go further, and it let's say in the next, I don't know.
Please, Michael, check the price right now. It's going down.
Yeah.
I told you. It's
whatever. I guess I ain't gonna be too pissed off about it, but I did not mean to do that. If I would have had like this on all my accounts or something, that man, y'all would have seen steam come through my ears. Live on TV.
Robert.
It's all good. It's all good. It happens.
Yeah, it's all right.
Hey, you exited with a profit and it's dropping now. So maybe it was a blessing in disguise. Who knows?
You never know. I just closed it to my other account too, just because I don't even want to end up feeling the way about it and holding on to it too long. Like, just close all of it. I'm flat today.
Aymane, call up the market maker. Crash the market so it makes Michael feel better.
Yes, that'll make me feel a lot better. That'll make me feel a lot better.
Yeah. Robert said that's it's Hola Prime Futures 30 days out.
Yes. Very soon. It's coming out. That's going to be awesome. That's going to be really, really awesome. I can't wait to see what it's like. Ola might really become my main prop trading. Robert, how are we not your main prop trading firm yet? You need to and plus anyone who gets funded and gets payouts or gets a payout, we'll be doing, you can get an interview if you want. Obviously, we'll do like a live interview. Well, not live, but like on Zoom, an interview, and release it on YouTube. So you never know, Robert. I might be interviewing you in the near future.
That'll be dope.
So
yeah,
that'll be awesome.
I
would love
invite him to Hola TV also. Why not?
Exactly. Actually, that's a good idea. One, you know what? Top performing traders at some point, we can actually give them a guest spot to join one of the live sessions. That would be amazing.
That would be super cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll talk to the higher ups. We'll get that done. That'll be awesome.
Yeah. Nice. Nah, that'd be super cool. Especially if it's Robert. He's here every day. I feel like he's like.
I feel Robert needs to be.
The family.
Exactly. Part of the coaching crew at some point. He's an honorary coach at this point.
For sure. Nice.
He says that would be awesome. The only reason right now Ola isn't is because of the futures. I tried that 98% of the time. Okay. So very soon then, when we release the futures, that'll be awesome. But yeah, there was something I wanted to show. So yesterday, an old friend of mine, I kind of did like a little bit of, I guess you can call it coaching with him. He wants to get into trading, so I thought, all right, I'll, help him out, give him a crash course. So we went through a lot of like just currencies really, and I basically showed him what I showed you guys yesterday about the gaps and volumes, how I used to trade, but I stopped trading like that because, I can't hold trades. So we drew up quite a few different instruments. So this is Aussie dollar, franc, Swiss franc. Here's a gap, put an alert, and almost touched it. And you would have shorted it. Aussie dollar, US dollar, never got there, but when it does get there, we'll be shorting it. Aussie dollar CAD, again, far away, but at some point. Euro, Swiss franc, almost got there. Not yet. Euro US dollar did hit the gap in volume and rejected a few hours ago. So you would be in that trade. I don't know if he actually took it or not, but the trade would look like that. And then your take profit would be, where's my, here it is. I would say take profit would be around there if you want to be super safe. So that would be an ongoing trade. Aussie, New Zealand dollar almost got to the zone, didn't quite get there. Pound US dollar, not there yet. Euro CAD, Euro CAD would have hit its zone. And very similar to Euro US dollar, you'd be in that trade. And your take profit would be either the highs, or if there's like a really extreme gap, I'll generally be safe. That would be your trade. So 1.5 risk reward, not bad. Pound CAD hasn't got there yet, but it did a long time ago already test it. Pound AUD did do it, and you would be in that trade as well. So you would be in 3 trades already today, and you probably could target that high there, or so that would have actually already hit take profit. But let me just double check. That would be the zone you would have actually. Yeah, that's where the volume drops off massively right there. So that would be a take profit. That would have been smashed.
Yeah,
very nicely. Pound yen hasn't yet touched its zone. Euro yen, not yet. Pound yen, not yet. CAD franc, CAD franc touched its zone. So you would have shorted that. And your take profit would be, let's just quickly find out. Oh, there's no major gap there. Oh, that's okay. No gap at all. Let me just double check. Let me start it from here. Is there a gap? Come on, load. There's a gap right there. So you could target that gap there, or could even go down to these lows, to be honest. So play it by ear, but that would be so far in the trade. And that's it. So you would have had 3 or 4 trades right now in profit. 1 already hit its take profit. So if you can hold trades, it's a great strategy. So I just thought, since I did all the analysis already yesterday with him over Zoom, and I got it all drawn out, I thought I might as well share to the viewers as well the analysis. So
Right.
yeah, today would have been actually a very, very good day in terms of Aussie Swiss franc. I mean, almost just got a pip away. Almost hit the alert there. Like literally.
So all the analysis were respected. Like they respect to the T those.
Yeah.
It's
as long as you target like the further ones, and it usually works very well. But yeah, so
Michael, what's the name we should give to this?
Right. The gapping.
Come on, Mike. What?
I'm better.
We should think about the name.
Let's see.
We gotta think of something. What is that? What does that store Gap sell? They sell like jeans, don't they?
Yeah, baby clothes too. Mainly baby clothes.
Yeah. That wouldn't work. That would sound weird.
Yeah, it would.
I'm sure over the weekend, Michael will come up with a great name.
I still got to get this shirt made. I'm gonna start wearing it on the sessions.
Gotta get the shirt.
You receive a shirt, Michael?
Nah, I didn't get it made yet. I got to come up with like a rendering first, and then have the guy up the street make it.
Yeah,
nice.
No, soon I think we will get the shirts. I just
yeah. I forgot about that. We can start looking like Sam. I asked the lady Mecca there about that too. Like, where's my shirt at? I see like 2-3 people got shirts. I'm like, what's up with this? I need to feel part of the team.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, shirts are coming. We look like the goats.
Yes.
I don't know if it will look too weird if everyone's just wearing the same shirt. You know what I mean?
No worry. It's okay. We can wear the same shirt.
Yeah, look like a uniform.
We should buy also same camera, so we will start.
Oh yeah.
Like this.
See, now it doesn't do it. Now that I want it to do it, it doesn't do it.
Yeah.
If I'm randomly.
Yep.
So now it's just.
Yeah, it's so interesting. Like when it does it, when it doesn't.
Maybe it's voice commands. Zoom in. Nah. I thought maybe it might be. It's not. I don't know. No
Zoom
idea.
in. Yeah.
It's the market maker watching me. He's just
right
controlling it.
Yeah.
But maybe close fisted it. No.
Now the same thing happens to me when I'm on FaceTime with my mom. She'll be like doing something sometimes, and like the emojis will pop up. I'm like, how'd you do that? She's like, I don't even know. She's messing around with stuff. Well, I don't know. I don't know how they do that.
I figured it out. So now it won't follow me because it's got a green light. But if I do that, no. The color of the light changed a minute ago. Nah. Now I switched it off somehow, but that's good. Now I can move here and it won't follow me. So I'm slowly learning it. I'm figuring it out.
Yeah, if I can share my screen, Sam, just to show what we have next week in terms of the calendar.
Please do.
Yep. So Monday is 19, if I'm not wrong. Yes, Monday is 19.
Yes.
Yeah, Monday is 19. So Monday next week. So let's see. So what we have on Monday, we have just like we have Fed, and then we have Trump at 9, which is 9. I am at ETC +2. So it's around, I think, 5 p.m. Eastern, 5 Yeah, 3 p.m. Eastern, around that. Tuesday, nothing, like just speakers, no red folder news. Wednesday we have crude oil inventory, nothing big, just US bound, like at 7 p.m. And then Thursday we have, it's packed with the news. We had 8:30 a.m. Eastern time, we had US initial jobless claims, and in the session we have a lot of news also. So I think here Thursday Michael will be waiting after the news.
Yes, that's 100%.
Yeah. So 8:30 a.m. Eastern time, initial jobless claim. In the session around 9:45 a.m. we have US S&P service PMI flash. We have also at 10 a.m. Eastern time we have US existing home sales changes. And yeah, it's, I think Thursday we will see some good trending day, and we will see if there is any geopolitical news, and of course we will react to the price. But I think it's gonna be slowly in term of in term of the calendar, and especially starting the week, Monday, Tuesdays. Yeah, if nothing like show up in term of the tariff or some discussions or any war or something, so, and then maybe we could see some volatility. Otherwise, if it stay like this, maybe we will see starting the week starts a little bit slow, and then we will pick up the pace on Wednesday night, Thursday. So yep, will be an interesting week like always.
Nice.
Thank you.
Hopefully less chop. I mean, for me, I know for Aymane, he's praying for the chop, but
no. Actually, we want to see some good trending day. Like, I know it's a little bit tough when you know the direction. We are bullish, but like it make you so tired. It make the buyers tired, and then the market goes. Like, it stop everyone, and then the market goes. But yeah.
But I think the market has found its direction now. I'm pretty happy to be bullish on the S&P. We've broken above every area. I would say that the sellers are non-existent. So I'd be surprised. I mean, who knows though? I mean, it's a hard one, right? But we are kind of in an area where I just don't see anything for quite a while on the S&P that would, you know, there's no gaps essentially above right now. So we've cleared all of them. To me, that just says it's going to go up.
Yeah. That's like always. There is always something that come up. You never know. So if it stay like this, the way it looks, maybe we will range a little bit, small push down 1-2%, and then continue higher. And that's what I see for now. But if, like, for you, what do you think, coaches? Like, what is something that could come that would change again the sentiment?
Any updates on the whole trade war? I know there's a 90-day kind of pause or whatever you want to call it, but any developments on that could be seen negative, like that could shake things up. I would say that's probably the biggest thing, the trade war right now.
Yeah, because for right now it's mainly two, right? Well, it's one huge trade war, but three separate ones, kind of, right? Like the China, Canada, and Mexico. So China and US seem to push that back for a few months, but I don't know if y'all pay attention to it. Obviously, I live here, so I see it all the time. But Claudia, our president here, she don't play. They say she's the most powerful woman in the world right now, and she is not taking none of that BS. So if they don't get something together too, you know, that could be something. And then you got that whole Canada thing where Trudeau or whoever stepped down and the new guys coming in. Kind of got to see how that you know is going to play out too, because you never really know. Like if they do a triple team up, China, Mexico, and Canada, that's not going to be good at all. Like
Yeah.
If they form a whole alliance and like, look, we don't need them anymore. Because
yeah, you're absolutely right.
They're on some, we don't need to work with the US. Like we already have a plan. If y'all don't want to deal, we already got a plan for all of that stuff. So they really on some code if you want to.
They got to be careful not to make it's them or us type situation, because I feel a lot of countries would side, if they had to pick a partner to trade with, they'd probably prefer China at this moment in time.
Yeah.
For the future. So if do you know what I mean? If it's going to be like you have to be on one side, it could end badly for the US, I think.
It could. And it's almost like how they talk about the change in powers. Like we're almost at that time where, things are about to get shaken up a bit. Like we can already kind of see it, but the US has been on top for the longest at this point. So you kind of want to be surprised, Even how we think we have all of this super great technology, and like they make jokes and say China's living in 2050 already. They got some stuff that's ridiculous.
Yeah, all crazy bots. All like when you see like China, as you said, it's 10, 15 years ahead of us. So and
I hear they're developing a live streaming trading coach bot. So
oh no, we're gonna lose our jobs.
We'll be replaced by just robots.
I think traders will never be replaced, because it's just my opinion, and you can see like most of the bots fail, even like you spend years and years and years. Like you need a lot of time.
Even if they do get really good, there's nothing stopping you from still trading. Do you know what I mean? It's not like a traditional job where if you got an office job and they bring in some AI, you've lost that job. You can't just work there and keep making money, right? But with trading,
and I think we will win, because yes, we will see a small change in pattern. Of course, if it's on a big scale, maybe there will be some small change of pattern, like the way the markets work, or you don't think so? Like if there is a mass,
absolutely,
there will be some.
You're right. There will be probably traditional like technical analysis and price action might morph a little bit, and there'll be new patterns that might start developing as AI becomes really good.
And Michael will give us the names.
Right.
Michael be at the forefront.
Mona Lisa.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, it should be interesting. But either way, I mean, you can always trade. It's an open market.
Yeah.
So
I was just telling someone yesterday, one of my close friends, well, my best friend here, really, he said, hey, one of his friends, I know him too. They're much closer. And he was like, yeah, he's getting into trading. They've living here for like 3 years. They from Canada, and he's getting into trading. So he's like trading Bitcoin and a few other things. I'm like, oh, we should talk. Like, give him my number. So he came over yesterday and we talked for a bit. He actually might be on the stream now or watching it on the live. I sent him the link. He subscribed, so you can start checking them out.
Nice. Hello.
To get into them all, but yeah, just now getting into the prop firm stuff and just now getting into learning TA and all this. How to start making money from trading. And I was just telling them, like, this is the best skill sets you can ever learn in your entire life. And I'm not being biased. It's the truth, right? Yeah. Like, and a lot of people say that too. Like, this profession is like no other. Like no other. This is the epitome of freedom, being your own boss, making boatloads of money, and talk about skill set and adding, value to the marketplace. This is it right here. This is it.
You're absolutely right.
Definitely, it takes time, of course, but once you start, everything start to click. Like it's a skill that no one can take it from you. Like
and talk about giving your kids, like a business, teaching them this. That's setting them up for success for real.
Definitely. And kids, they're like sponges. You see, it's harder the older you get, right? If you get into trading at like age 50, 60, your mindset is so conditioned to, trying to overcome certain things that every trader has to overcome psychology wise. It gets harder. But if you're a kid and you're already learning how to become that kind of trader mindset, you'll smash it, man. You'll smash it. Yeah. But guys, that is time. Michael, Aymane, as always, it's been an absolute pleasure. Have a great weekend. And
of course.
Yeah.
Enjoy yourself. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Sam.
Coach
Michael.
Sam,
Thank you.
Thanks, Guy.
Have a great weekend. Robert.
Take care, Robert. Have a good one.
All right, guys.
Yep.